Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, it took me a little second to get things sorted out appropriately, but we are good to go. Just gonna give it 1 second to make sure that everything updates on my end as well, to make sure that nothing weird happens, and we should be good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. Perfect. All right. How's everyone doing today? It has kind of been a minute. Not only since the last time I streamed, which was soon after coming back from my trip, but a long time since I actually streamed the game. We're gonna have a lot more of these soon, don't worry about that. It's just been a really busy past month. Including everything we've been doing, or I've been doing at least, in preparation for today, and tomorrow, and actually several things coming up in the next week and a half-ish, including my birthday, which I have not planned anything for, but we'll get there when we get there. Anyway, hope everyone's having a solid Monday so far. Tragic it is Monday, but hopefully we get to make your day a little bit better, because we're going to be playing some Victoria 3, the Great Wave DLC, which comes out tomorrow. What do you know? So a good afternoon to Stalin DLRP, and Texan Union, and Bunker Fox, and Maximilian, and Unlucky Historian, and The Watcher.
Mexican farmer thinks an investment of opium good.
Thank you very much, The Watcher, for the 19 months. We actually, speaking of which, we actually do have the opportunity, I think, in one location, to grow opium in Japan. I think it's just this one location, though. But yeah, we're going to be playing some Great Wave. The DLC comes out tomorrow. In theory, I did set up a little chat bot with the link to the store that, in theory, should give you the link every 10 or so minutes. But if I somehow messed that up and it didn't work, then the link to go check that out yourself is actually in the description if you'd like to go do that. Now, I will have to go ahead and admit that I have not really played so much Japan in Victoria 3, even, you know, before this DLC, and kind of even during the DLC, because you'll see, you'll see what I have prepared, but I've only played a little bit of Japan, and then I ended up messing it up a little bit, where I actually entrenched the shogunate harder. Which was kind of embarrassing, personally, but I think I've kind of figured out how not to do that this time. Maybe. We'll find out, I guess. Yeah, we get a bunch of stuff in this DLC. We get like a bunch of new shipbuilding mechanics and all that stuff. We get like the supply and the military ships, which we will not be building any of yet. In fact, I'll just do that for now. And they also changed the diplomatic system, so we don't really get the opportunity to do much outside of these regions for now. I mean, especially since we're isolationists. We have like a fun little thing with Japan. We'll get to the laws soon, but we actually can't declare war on people. Or at least we can't have aggressive diplomatic plays. So we can't actually do anything until we break isolationism, so that'll be fun. But yeah, this will be maybe the first time I'm actually seriously attempting to play Japan in Victoria 3. It should probably go fine. Maybe. We'll see. Had a great day today. Went to a castle, watched some wild boars be fed. Nice day out. That reminds me, I actually went to the Osaka Castle. It is really funny that I booked the whole trip to Japan and Korea, and then I come back and 3 weeks later, here we are with the Japan DLC in Victoria 3. It is maybe divinely ordained timing, I think. But anyway, to get started with here, we have a couple of issues. One, the locked country. This has to do with our isolationism under the Tokugawa shogunate. It does have a few problems for us. I think, let me see. Actually, what happens if we fail this? I didn't even think it was possible to fail this. If we don't have monarchy, and the ruler is the emperor. Oh, if at least one of these happens. Okay, never mind. Right, okay, so this whole thing is meant to make it easier for you to restore the Emperor, I think. So if you decide to restore the Emperor early, or like you get rid of the monarchy entirely, then it's just like, you know, you didn't break your Sakoku, so it is what it is with that. The other issue we have is the Tenpo Crisis. There's a few issues. One, we get more radicals from low legitimacy, just generally more radicals. Also some loyalists from political movements, so that's neat. And then also goods consumption for peasants, because people are hoarding grain because we have... I don't think it's actually a drought, I think it's the opposite. I think we have flooding, which is creating a huge issue for rice prices in the country, and a countrywide famine. Lovely. Yeah, I think we have like 18 months of rain here or something. 16 months, yeah. It's flooding the rice fields and causing a bit of an issue, so everyone's starving right now, which is not great. We'll have to solve that first, and I think the easiest way to do that actually is to click this button. So, okay, I might as well explain what the policies are in Japan, what the laws are. So, first of all, we do have the Bakufu, which is our version of autocracy, but it's like the shogun is in charge. So, when we do get rid of Bakufu, then the emperor will replace the shogun as the ruler. So it's basically autocracy, but military rule under the monarchy. So we have a little bit of a funky system here, where this guy is in charge, right? He's the shogun, but we also have an emperor, and I don't remember how to find him. He's somewhere in our national cast. Where is he? Here we go, the Emperor. So he is still in here, he just, like, doesn't have political power. He has a little extra thing here, Emperor of Japan. If he's the ruler, we get extra legitimacy, but for now, he's just kind of there. He's probably gonna die as well. He has 20% reduced health. How old is he? 36. Yeah, we'll see how long he lives. I think they did a lot of custom content to make Japan a bit easier and more interesting. Possibly easier. I wouldn't have a good frame of reference for that, but definitely more interesting. That's for sure. There are at least, like, I think there are 5 journal entries, maybe. We have the one for Hokkaido, we have the one for Restoration. Hidden Domain is for Ryukyu. And then we have these 2. And then there might be more, maybe, but we'll see about that. Back to the laws for a second, though. The loosened status order, if you've played India in Victoria 3, then you're kind of familiar with this. It's kind of like a caste system. So, what we have is the rigid status order. You have a bunch of these social classes, right? You don't have to worry about these. What you have to understand is that for the most part, the people that are more accepted are the upper class. So you have basically the military. So the samurai, upper and lower samurai. The shonin are they religious? I actually don't remember. There are a bunch of social classes. Basically, if there's someone who is like important and has like a higher position in society, they have more acceptance. And the people who don't have less acceptance. And the goal is to try and go to a lax status order, otherwise we have no qualifications. And that sucks for us, so. We have to try and fix our social order as well. Then we have the army model, the warrior caste. It's basically just peasant levies, but I think you have like more political strength for officers or something. We have like new training methods. I think these are slightly faster production methods for training, but only a little bit maybe. Let me see here. Well, we wouldn't be able to tell, I guess. But yeah, we have a whole fully fledged caste system in Japan where the military is basically the upper class, and I think also the clergy. But specifically Buddhist clergy, I think. Sakoku is a really interesting isolationism policy because it's not complete isolationism. So we do actually get to make trade centers, but only in Kyushu, which is a little weird, but makes sense. So we do technically get to do trade, it's just we have minus 75% trade capacity. We get a little bit of trade center max level, like +5. We get to do a very minimal amount of trade. This is actually more important for the other members of the Japanese market. So we have Ezochi up here, which is like the protectorate in Hokkaido. And then we also have Ryukyu, and it's actually kind of more relevant for those two than it is for us. But anyway, yeah, we actually get to trade at least a little bit, which is cool. We do still want to break Sakoku, of course, because otherwise we will be cooked permanently. But we'll get to that. Terakoya is just private schools. I actually don't know much about this. Temple schools, I guess. That's neat. We get increased education access and also additional access for peasants, and that's cool, because it means we get some literacy at the start. But tech research speed is reduced, so we don't really want to keep that. It's also not an institution, which is interesting. It just exists. What do you know? What else do we have here? I think that's kind of the unique stuff for Japan. And then we also have like new laws in general, so we have like the social monarchy. I think this is meant to be like the historical sort of fascist path for both Italy and Japan, where it's fascism but with a monarchy, which wasn't something that existed in the game yet. So we have that now simulated in the game. What else do we have now? I think obviously we have like the new Navy stuff as well. Forgot to mention that. So we have, this is mostly like protecting your shores. Smaller, heavily armed ships to combat a larger enemy. So it's kind of like coastal patrol, that kind of thing for the most part. And then we have the capital fleet, which is like power projection. And then the merchant navy allows you to build supply and troop ships faster. And the diplomatic fleet gives you more involvement, which is important for the new Diplo system. And then I guess you get to build more cruisers too, so that's cool. But I end up going capital fleet a lot. Just for fun, I guess. Let's see, what else do we have? This is kind of the same. Peasant proprietorship is also something we can pick up. I think the only real difference in here is that we get a new production method, which just gives you fewer farmers in exchange for the peasants. Because normally if you go to, I don't remember what this is normally called. Like peasant ownership or whatever, but yeah, the normal law here I think gives you 100 farmers out of your peasants. This gives you 50 instead. I don't know why. I don't really know what the meaningful difference is between the two laws, but I don't know if I'll end up picking that up. We also have, I mean, there's also the new one down here, the factory councils. That's a new law. I think that's kind of it for the laws for now. I think we've already seen colonial slavery. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much all the new stuff in the laws. For us, what we're looking to do, of course, we'll go ahead and put these guys in the government. But there's one thing we can't do, which is putting the samurai in government. I actually made this mistake the first time. If you put the samurai in the government, and I think it's, if you finish the Tenpo Crisis with the samurai in government, then I think it allows you to cement the shogunate, and I don't think we want that. So we're probably not going to touch that for now. In terms of laws, not really too much we can change. We can try to push for tenant farmers, which I actually will do. I'm going to see if anybody is willing to be friendly about this. The Jisha, maybe? Samurai don't like this. Right, because the samurai were also landowners. They were warrior caste, but also landowners. So they don't like this. But that's too bad. We're going to see if the Jisha are willing to negotiate. Reduced bureaucracy for 10 years. That's kind of steep. 30% interest group strength. Oh, increasing the standard of living to 6? We can actually do that really easily. I think. And if we fail, then that sucks, but I'm pretty sure we can do this. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and issue the frugal ordinance. People will not like this, but that's actually too bad. We need them to hoard less grain. We also need... where is it? Empiricism. That's important. The first thing we're gonna do is, I believe, start industrializing in Tohoku over here, because we have everything. Gold, iron, sulfur, lead, coal, logging camps. It's a really good state, and it's actually like the only good state to start with. Just arrived, can you read the sponsor read again? It actually isn't really a sponsor read, it's just like... yeah, the stream is sponsored, by the way. You can go find the DLC, the link in the description. I've also noticed that my bot has not popped up. I don't think. It is supposed to tell you that you can find the DLC. It's supposed to have a link to it, but it doesn't, and that's an issue. An issue which I may have to fix right now. Give me one moment. Why did my bot not join the chat? That is the question. Is it supposed to do that, and it is broken? That's really not good. I'm gonna go ahead and see. I'm gonna pop a quick message and see if this is a big issue or not. My bot's on strike, yeah. Alright, we'll see. So, we'll continue on for now at the very least. What we want to do is build up a little bit of construction, but not too much, because we're kind of, well, not broke, but we don't have enough money to try and push our luck here with taking out loans. So we're not going to do that. For now, we're going to try and be friends with the people around us, because we can't invade them anyway. And we're going to rival you because I don't care, you because I don't care, and you because I don't care. We can go with Vietnam as well. And then we're going to try and be friends with France? No, Britain probably. Probably a better idea. Maybe we don't care about Korea that much, but Britain for sure. Anybody who can reach us and kind of cares. Maybe Russia. Maybe. No one else to rival, really. We could probably rival Joseon and be friends with Qing. Because we're not going to be that friendly with Joseon either way. Actually, also not going to be friends with Qing. I'm thinking about it like, actually, because I don't want to accidentally develop lobbies that are friendly to them, because we're probably gonna invade them at some point. So let's try and be friends with the Western powers instead. Maybe Russia, sure, and then France doesn't really have an interest over here. The closest we have is maybe Spain and the Netherlands. Netherlands is chill. Spain's not having a good time. Yeah, we'll just keep it like this for now. Era of heavenly protection. Yeah, things are a little bit cooked right now. The Tenpo Crisis. Severe torrential rains have struck Honshu. That is the main island here in Japan. The more you know. Yeah, this is not great. The abodes of moneylenders and suspected rice hoarders are targeted by mobs engaging in so-called uchikowashi, resulting in countrywide devastation. Destroying the property of perceived immoral actors, such as moneylenders, rice hoarders, and price gougers. Got a little bit of mob justice in here. Hoarding grain? Not on my watch. so yeah, we have a famine, and I'm actually not going to build any food right now. We'll get to that. What I actually want to do, I am passing a law, but we have more than enough authority, so we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and I can throw down a couple of these, actually. Over here in Osaka, we have additional rice farm throughput, so we're actually going to promote that. This is going to be our breadbasket in Japan. It's going to be Osaka. Oh yeah, we also have fish fertilizers. This is a good addition to the game, in my opinion. Big fan of the fish fertilizers. It is a really good intermediary step, where you don't have enough industry to actually support a bunch of fertilizer, but we do have fish. Fish-based economy incoming. The peasants may starve, but I'm going to industrialize. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Alright, next up. Actually, do we have any... I don't have any tools.
You're winning quarbit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Overheat, for the 26 months. You're gonna make me feel old. Thank you very much. I hope to be winning at some point today. We'll see if that happens. I did find in my one test run that it is actually very easy as Japan to rapidly overtake the Western powers in GDP. Am I gonna gamble that? I'm not gonna gamble that. It's not worth it. I see that we're making money, which is an issue. We don't want to make money, we want to spend money to build things. Fish fertilizer, like fish waste, where we throw waste to the water and the fish multiply? I think it's probably like fish entrails, like guts, the stuff that you don't eat of the fish, probably. If I had to guess. Or who knows, maybe they're just throwing whole fish onto the rice fields. Maybe. It is kind of crippling for us because we have so many issues with our qualifications. It's actually so bad. If we check our qualifications, where are they here? Plus 5%. We get minus 20% from the guild system, and using social mobility gives us plus 25%, but it's actually worse than this. Because our qualifications for individual classes is really, really low. I don't know if there's an easy way to show this. Let's see here. Yeah, so in reality, just getting laborers, or let's see here, is not showing us laborers. I guess because you don't need qualifications for that. What are we missing? What are these? Shopkeepers? Shopkeeps? So we're getting 3 per month here. So we're actually getting minus 40% on top of this. So our qualifications are really cooked. It's a major issue for us at the start of the game. And I think it was actually even harder like a week ago when I last tried to play Japan. I think they actually changed the numbers on that a little bit because it was kind of punishing. Will it be possible to go back and re-watch this later? I believe so. I don't think there are going to be any issues with the VOD, so hopefully I don't eat my words on that, but it should be possible to go back and watch this later. Daimyo or the Heimin? Heimin are a little bit too happy. Stop being happy, thank you. Let me go check something real quick. Never mind, we're chilling. We do still have a little more money than I would like to have. Well, it's not so bad, because we don't want to go into debt, so having a little bit of money isn't the end of the world. The achievements are glorious. Thing Japan and thanks Obama. I didn't understand even a little bit what the whole thanks Obama thing was. Like, obviously I know the internet meme, but like, what's the relevance? And then I later learned, like, there's a province in Japan called Obama, and I think it's in here somewhere. Which is why the achievement has something to do with this one province. Also, the armies, we could actually merge them underneath the shogun. YouTube suggesting me VODs from last year. I do notice that a lot of my VODs seem to get quite a lot of views like after the fact. I only really noticed when I went back and checked my Gemrad Kurt, that whole stream series, and the first stream has like 20,000 views, and I'm like, damn. That many people want to watch me mess up live? That's kind of embarrassing. Ooh, you guys want rigid status order? Are you trying to kill the country? Who am I kidding? It's the landowners. Of course they're trying to kill the country. We're not doing that. What's that Japan-Dutch Fellowship Treaty? That is... Dejima Trade is basically some of the few countries that were allowed to trade with Japan included, I think, A, the Dutch, and B, the Portuguese, but then, like, later, not the Portuguese, because they were being too preachy, or something like that. So, I'm pretty sure it was the Portuguese were allowed to trade, and then I think they were allowed to trade specifically in Nagasaki. I think that was the trading port that Portugal was allowed to trade through. And then they brought the Jesuits, and I think they were expelled from Japan for being too preachy, like trying to spread Catholicism, which was like undermining the authority in Japan. So they were expelled, and then I think later the Dutch wanted to trade in Japan, and they were given rights because they were not bringing Jesuits. And I think that's the story behind that, but I might be wrong. Speak of the devil, here's Sakoku, which is part of that whole system of laws. A merchant from Great Britain has attempted to ignore the strict protocols of Sakoku and trade at an unsanctioned port. The vessel's been driven away under fire by coastal batteries. Yeah, this is not excellent. So, we do kind of want to be friends with Japan, or sorry, with Great Britain, for now. I also don't know if I'm trying to click this button either. We could try and forcibly end Sakoku early. I believe this will put us in a civil war. The Portuguese were accused of helping the Shimabara Rebellion, a Catholic uprising. Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm really thinking about this, because we could, in theory, try and end Sakoku early. But I'm pretty sure it's like minus... So obviously we get -6 to the rural folk, but I think it's also -10 to the landowners. We might end up having a civil war if I do this. But sometimes... Oh, also the landowners aren't very happy with that.
Or revisit the Equestria streams. Quarbit reading his MLP fanfic. He's a brony.
Thank you very much for the tip through Streamlabs. Me when I don't have my Streamlabs open, it's probably Surlim, I think, is the only person who actually donates through Streamlabs. But I will double check. Couldn't hear the text-to-speech. I know, it's an issue that I will have to fix. An issue that I might be able to fix right now. Possibly, if you give me 3 seconds. Thank you very much, Surlim, for the $1 tip. Should all revisit the Anbanar Equestria streams. Yeah, it's the MLP fanfic. Now, let me see here. You know, it's really funny for some reason. My Streamlabs is in German, so I have to I have to go and try and translate it on the spot. We'll do this, and we'll go here, and let's make this louder. It is already at 100% volume. Okay, we are unfortunately cooked. Oh, never mind, I can make it louder. It lied to me. Alright, if it ever happens again, we'll see. So, let's go and try and end Sakoku. We love Civil Wars, because it's early enough in the game that it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Oh wow, free trade, that's maybe a little too much. Okay, we're gonna go to mercantilism, which isn't that bad of a trade policy. We get a whole bunch of interest group approval for the Gosho, the Rangacha, and the Chonin. But the Heimin, Daimyo, yeah, these two are not very happy. And they will continue not being very happy. But at the very least, we are no longer isolationist, which is a good start. Everything happening at once. Okay, the picked lock, that is the one thing that we had pop up with the other journal entry. Navigating pressures from within and without, Sakoku has been overturned. Today, Japan opens up. We get interest group political strength for the petite bourgeoisie, the intellectuals, and the industrialists. Sono Joy is, I believe, the ideology of trying to restore the emperor to power. Let's see here. Again, if Sakoku has stirred a sense of powerlessness against foreign encroachment, undermining the authority of the Tokugawa clan, the guys in charge of the shogunate. Right. Tokugawa loyalist movement changes their core ideology to Bakufu, which is basically just the samurai government, the shogunate. But could gain modernizer as a character ideology. Okay, so the shogunate in response is going to try and modernize their position. They're going to accept Sakoku ending, and they're going to say, okay, what if we also position ourselves as people who can, or like the powers that can adapt to the changing world and open Japan up in a more controlled manner? I think that is kind of what's going on here. So there's a potential to get modernizers for the Tokugawa loyalists. But we have a few other things here. Tenpo Crisis still going on. Honorable Restoration. So the last time I went through this, I actually went this. I went and did arrange Imperial marriage, which will cement the shogunate. I think it allows you to get the taikunate, which is kind of turning the shogun into more of a prime minister, I think. So that's an option. But I think we're going to try and do Imperial Restoration. So what do we have to do for this? We need the Sono Joy movement to be protesting. A ruler needs to be modernizer or mitogaku, which is... what even is this? They want to reform Japan and revere the emperor as the ruler of the world. Okay, a patriotic academic and political doctrine. Yeah, sounds like it. Okay. These laws actually aren't that bad. Not a terrible ideology to try and go for in terms of our modernization attempts. And then we also need to pursue unification of the shogunate and the imperial court. Oh, sorry, okay, we have a few different options. So either they're protesting, we have a modernizer or mitogaku ideology in charge, which I think we have the opportunity to put a shogun in charge who has one of those, maybe. We also need to decide a plan for reform. Right. So this is, I believe, the option or the event where if we click this and we have the military in the government, I'm pretty sure it sort of forces us to go down the shogunate path, which we don't really want. This is very dense effects and conditions to read here. So we either choose Kobugatai, which is reaffirming the right of the shogun to rule. So that's the imperial marriage. Basically, the shogun marries, I believe, the daughter of the emperor, and that kind of cements the royal ties so the shogun gets to continue ruling. And then the bottom one is the parliamentary government. Which might be the thing that allows us to get the Taikunate. Maybe. No, this is the actual Imperial Restoration path. That's what it is. So I'm going to go ahead and save, because I don't want to mess this up. I believe it's very easy to mess this up. Like this. Right, so what is this? Controlled restoration of the Emperor, establishment of a parliamentary government. Right, and we're not allowed to do this because the ruler does not have a traditionalist ideology. This is the unification of the shogunate and imperial court. Okay, so we get to choose our options here. This is confusing. If successful, the emperor reaffirms the right of the shogun to rule. We can revise this. Oh, it's because he's traditionalist that we have issues. New Japan pads? Yeah, there are like 3 of them, and I don't remember how each of them work. So I think if we arrange the imperial marriage and then petition for imperial restoration, the thing that ends up happening... The shogun must rely on the emperor to re-establish his authority. Right, okay, so I think what ends up happening is if we decide to do this, but we intentionally have low legitimacy, then we can actually start a revolt to restore the emperor. I think that's what ends up happening. Maybe. Right, we also have the hidden domain. This is for Ryukyu, which is kind of both a tributary to Qing and ourselves. It's a little different because they're kind of a tributary, but they were also kind of conquered by the Satsuma, I believe, at one point. So they're like a little bit more formal than just being a tributary. But yeah, we have to try and influence Ryukyu. We can honor the Kikoe Oogimi, which makes Qing not like us very much. We get additional sway for 5 years. I think all we really have to do is try and be friends with Ryukyu and sign a treaty with them where we basically just give them a bunch of money. How much money, actually? Between 0.1 and 2,000. Have Ryukyu own obligation? Okay, I think we can do that. So we're going to ask for an obligation from Ryukyu, and in exchange for that, we're going to give you, like... Oh, that's not enough. We can exchange obligations. That is pretty funny. I mean, if it works, it works. That shouldn't be an issue, technically. We'll make it 300. And then... Yeah, I think that should work. So if we do that... let's see here. Oh, it scales. The money transfer scales. That is not ideal. Let's see what else we can do here. Hold on. We make them like us a lot. And that'll also work. Military assistance, the love of the game. Sounds good. What if you transfer it now? Okay. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. How much does the government hate me? Or the daimyo? Yeah, they're not very happy. That's okay. What was the Shimazu? Wait, who did I say it was? Hold on. I think I said Satsuma. Maybe. And I think that's the correct one. Thank you, Vanilla Wolf, for joining the levy. Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that I'm messing this up, but hey, we'll give this a shot, I guess. Legitimacy is greater than 50. Ruler's the shogun. Imperial marriage. Uh-huh. I think I'm actually going to wait for the shogun to die. He's 63 years old. I believe this guy also dies. Maybe. We might be able to wait that out. Anyway, we did manage to get rid of our serfdom, which is really nice. I think next what we would like to do... Well, I would like to do a lot of things. We just can't do very much. See, we could get the military in charge, but we actually don't want the military in government either. State religion, maybe after we go to Shinto. Merchant Navy, we'll keep that for now, because we're not really building ships. Yeah, let's just not touch anything for now. Instead, we're going to use our authority. Yeah, for more taxes, that's fine. Commitment to the common people. Right, I forgot to mention, the Tenpo Crisis is actually a bunch of different things. So, to accomplish this, to finish without failing, we need to have 8 of these agenda goals completed. So, there are the reformers, the hardliners, and there's a shared agenda. We want to do 8 of any of these. And I think the direction that we lean in changes what we get. Yeah, let's see here. So if we complete more hardliner agendas, then we get authority, suppression of political movements, that kind of thing. If we complete more reformer agendas, we get reduced loan interest rates, more power to the capitalists, that kind of thing. If we have an equal amount, then we get home defense. Interesting. Legitimacy, bureaucracy. I think we want to go with more reformer agendas. So we need lax status order. We need to get rid of hereditary bureaucrats, 3 states with 3 urban centers, and the chonin need to have at least 10 or higher clout. Because a lot of these are mutually exclusive as well. Except we could get Shinsengumi. That's not mutually exclusive. 40 levels of rice farms is not mutually exclusive. These bottom ones are. So if we can get, say, like 1, 2, 3 of these, 2 of these, it'll be 5, and then 3 of these should be doable. Probably. Naval fortifications is actually a very easy one to do. Now that we have a little bit of iron, let me go ahead and put this in here. We want you to work on iron tools for now. The biggest issue with trying to industrialize in one state in Japan is that it really does kind of not work for the most part. The qualifications are simply too low to try and develop everything in one state at the start. Or at least it was. Maybe that's different now. But anyway, we're going to keep on making a bunch of iron so we can swap immediately over to the iron construction sectors. Yeah, people are not very happy. Oh, but we did manage to improve the standard of living. Not really because we did anything, but I think because the torrential rains are decreasing in intensity a little bit, maybe. Because we really did not do much. Yeah, this guy will die soon, I think. But even when he does, I think we end up having a little bit of a weird succession issue. Oh, hold on. Overextended suzerainty. Reduces authority and influence, but gives us monthly sway. We're not doing that bad, actually. If we own ports in Ryukyu, we can also add stuff. Okay, I don't think it's a big deal. I think we're going to get enough sway at some point once we have amicable relations. Practical learning. So we opened up the shogunate, rendered much of the school of Dutch learning antiquated. Newer ideas have begun to sweep through the Japanese intellectual community. Okay. Rangakusha is renamed to Intelligentsia. We have the... they lose the Rangaku ideology. Supports an end to international isolation. Favors the adoption of Western practices, and now becomes constitutionalist. Okay, they still endorse a lax status order, which is kind of the thing that I was hoping they would do. Other than that, they no longer have an opinion on migration or distribution of power. No, sorry, the trade policy. Okay. Founding of the national organization dedicated to uniting the Sono Joy movement. Perhaps we should bolster the movement. Mitogaku ideology, supporter here. Yeah, we're gonna try and maybe bolster him a little bit. I am wondering if maybe we should bolster the movement itself. Maybe, because we don't really need all of these, right? So if we bolster the political movement, maybe they can do more restorationism. Combat rice hoarding. Right, we fixed the grain prices just by doing nothing. Excellent. So reduced goods consumption for the peasants, which should also, I think, fix standard of living. Yeah, okay, nice. What else can we do here? If we have naval fortifications in Kanto and Osaka, then it just makes it easier to put decrees in there, pretty much. Okay. Here's another little thing that seems to be a bit of an issue in this patch so far. I don't know if it's going to happen this time. But I've seen on multiple occasions Britain falls into a Republican revolution, loses India, becomes a republic, and never takes Hong Kong. And that's an issue because it means that China never really collapses. Yeah, people should have wages, I guess. For a bowl of rice, accusations of rice hoarding and price gouging have caused tensions between farmers and the merchants in Japanese ezochi to boil over. That is up here. Fortunately, there are not that many people in Japanese ezochi. "5 years of brutal anti-bandit campaigns." That is rough. It'll solve itself, I'm sure. How are we doing here? Not excellent. Maybe I do press one of these buttons. Minus 5% authority, minus 10% influence. That's actually not that bad for 5 years. Yeah, we can do that. It makes it a lot easier. And then with our extra influence, we should try and be friends with the European powers. Because the last thing I need is them trying to invade me. America too, just in case. Sure, Mexico, whatever. Great Qing embargo, as if I was going to trade with Qing. Alright, so we actually need to create demand for this iron. Simple enough, we'll reduce that a little bit, and we want more iron. More. More support for the Sonal Joy movement. Interesting. How's that looking so far? 20% support, that's pretty big. It is passive though. Right, we can also make him a noble, which is pretty funny. Doesn't really do too much though, I don't think. What would be more interesting is patronizing, which increases popularity. I think popularity increases the support over time. Support of this movement is expected to change to 37%. We would probably like to expand that rapidly. I think what we should do is make the government illegitimate. Because we're not trying to pass any laws right now. In fact, if we could get... Ooh, I don't want the samurai in charge, though. Let's see if we can get these guys in charge. Get a little bit more radicalism in the country. Get them to support the Sonal Joy movement. And then we could, in theory, maybe restore the Emperor. Do we not have romanticism? No, we don't. Okay. That's why. Dedicated police force is a good idea. The daimyo are very upset. Yeah, we should probably wait for these to time out a little bit. Minus 13 from timed modifiers. Yeah, the landowners do not like me. What if I missed Corbett Senpai? You missed Sakoku ending, and that's kind of it for the most part. Almost an hour into today's stream, and we are 2 years into the game, by the way. In my defense, there's a lot going on. Once we sway Ryukyu enough, I think we actually just outright annex them. Yeah, Ryukyu unifies with the shogunate. I think we need to spend more money. We're too rich. My steak is too juicy, my lobster too buttery or something. Actually, don't know if I want to keep this construction sector right now. We'll probably get it back later. Okay, we want romanticism because I want to go to agrarianism so that we can have an actual economy. Oh, actually, interventionism would be, in theory, doable if the samurai were in charge. But I don't want them to be, because they support the shogunate, and I want them to not do that. Let's see here. Alright, we also have the daimyo. I'm gonna be real, I have no idea what these guys do. They exist, and they side... Oh, they side with certain movements, that's what they're doing. Okay. We can retire daimyo. Oh, okay, this actually makes a lot more sense. I didn't look at this system even a little bit. Like the last time that I played. I'm like, yeah, these guys exist. I don't know what they do, though. Okay. So the daimyo, they might have no faith whatsoever in the shogunate and thus support the restorationist movement. Okay. Right. So if we retire some daimyo that are supporting movements we do not like, then maybe it'll improve the support for the movements we do like. Or maybe it's reverse psychology. We retire the daimyo, the pops become more radical, and they support restoration even harder. Maybe. I think what we have going on here is probably fine. Over time it'll go up to 38%. About the activism. Oh. What do the aristocrats largely support? I assume it's going to be the daimyo. Aristocrats. It's kind of a mix of things. Daimyo, samurai, intelligentsia. I don't really want them to have that much more strength. Could do what Japan normally did during a time of political upheaval and invade Korea. That's true. We actually could. Like, we are allowed to do that. Russia would get involved, though. Oh yeah, we also have no ships, and I have no plans to build any navy right now. Where's my extra construction sector? In Osaka. We don't want that. Oh, we actually, we don't need this from Osaka either. We can put that into taxation. More taxes. Well, the update changes the Navy. Would be cool to see it. We will build a Navy at some point. Just not right now. Theater in Edo burns down. That's lovely. Yamato Shunrin. Aren't you the Emperor? No. But your last name is Yamato. But you're not the Emperor. You're actually not even part of the actual, well, I guess the Emperor doesn't have a political faction. But your name is Yamato. Okay, whatever. Do I want the peasants to be more radical? That's the question. Where are we getting support for this ideology from? Is it from the peasantry? Kind of. Supporting pops. It's the officers. Oh yeah, the peasants are very happy to support restoration. Let's make people angry. I need to make people angry before the standard of living increases too much. Because after that, it might be kind of hard. Is anime in the game, and does it provide you with an infamy decay bonus? No. But there might be Nintendo in here. I actually don't remember. You have a bunch of recognizable ones. I mean, Mitsui, that's maybe not super recognizable. Noda Shoyu. That should be recognizable, I think. Mitsubishi, of course. Mantetsu. Yeah, maybe I actually don't know most of these. Mimoto, Yasuda. The Tokyo Electric Light Company. What do you know? Maybe there isn't Nintendo. Maybe I'm wrong about that. No, never mind. It actually increases infamy. Oh, Peru, but no flag? Getting the licensing to use Nintendo in their game would bankrupt Paradox. But the thing is, like, it was also a historical company. I mean, it is the same company. I figure you would be allowed to reference the fact that Nintendo existed as a company for hundreds of years at this point. Oh yeah, the other issue is that we have 7 years to do this, so maybe I should stop dragging my heels. But I don't want to put the samurai in charge. I don't want you in the government. Wow, you really can't even form a legitimate government. Maybe we should put you in charge. Yeah, okay, so we have 7 years to fix this. And how do I actually fix this? GDP increase, we can do that. Army increase, we can do that. Naval fortification, we can do that. Urban centers. We really want to fix this. The problem is that nobody else wants to fix this. The intelligentsia, the samurai, and the chonin. The three groups that we cannot get to form a government. Yeah, that's looking pretty illegitimate. Yeah, that's looking pretty bad. So I think if we... just the samurai and maybe the daimyo, maybe we could do that. See if we can try to force that through. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Try our best to ham-fist that through. Are there any pachinko companies? I actually did briefly go in and check out a pachinko place in Japan. It is overstimulation to the max. There's actually significant overlap between Pachinko Parlor and Don Quixote in Japan. Those two stores, well, you know, Pachinko Parlor's not a store, but... actually, it's kind of just like every market in Japan as well. Like, they have those covered markets you can walk through with a bunch of stores. It's basically like a street with a glass ceiling. And there are a bunch of stores on either side, and it's just so loud as you're walking through. Sono Joey movement increases. Wow, that's crazy. I think we should do that. See how high we can get that going. Sabaku movement loses attraction. Not a bad idea. We still have too much money. We should have less money. We should have less money, and also we should do that. We should probably keep that there. But we're going to reduce taxes. Because we're going to try and force this through faster. Why are you domineering towards me? You don't even have the Pacific coast yet. Stop that. Pachinko is just gambling? Is it even legally distinct gambling? I'm pretty sure it is actually just gambling. I don't think there's a legal distinction at all. I think it's basically just a casino. Well, you know, not really a casino. You're not playing poker at a pachinko parlor, but... it's like the same as a slot machine for the most part. You just get the ball bearings from it? Yeah, but like you can cash out the ball bearings. That's like getting poker chips and saying it's not technically gambling. Yeah, it just so happens someone can buy the ball bearings off you. I was gonna say, it's like, oh yeah, it just so happens that they can purchase the poker chips off you for a certain value. Like, hence legally distinct. That allows for a lot of wiggle room. Anyway, I think we get to annex Ryukyu next month. Oh wow, the Sono Joy movement gets even more movement attraction and activism. Wow, that's crazy. How's it looking right now, by the way? Oh, Fate of Ryukyu. They have been annexed. Samurai get interest group approval. That's cool. A huge L for Great Qing for 10 years, and we get influence and prestige. Nice. France is going through the 17th revolution that they get to go through. Average France moment. What else can we do? Kinda nothing. The start of the game is a little bit slower because building ships is very difficult. Or rather, it's just kind of expensive. Who else do I even want to improve relations with? Maybe the Dutch East Indies, because they can be annoying sometimes. So we could decide to build some ships and start invading Borneo. We're currently building a bunch of supply ships. That's the thing though, because you also need to build a bunch of supply ships. So even if we built a navy right now, I don't know if we could supply the troops. We are getting some recognition. We still have traditionalism, which is not great. I might actually fail the Tenpo Crisis. That would be bad. We'll see. More radicalism. Don't mind if I do. The death of the Daijo Tenno. The retired emperor has passed away. Unfortunate. The current emperor is still, he's doing alright though. Time for the glorious Shogun playthrough. No, I want to get rid of the Shogun. What if I give you command of an army? What if I, patronize you as well? What if I patronize you as well? Ooh, the movement's getting a little bit active. Okay, how do I make you guys super upset? I can make you upset by trying to... okay, if I pass this law, which I would really like to pass, and then I pretend like I'm going to go for the rigid status order, then that will probably make them upset enough to revolt. Or maybe we should do that the other way around. The problem is I'm afraid of failing this.
What's good, gamers? Are we still yelling Daimyo Ika, or are we finally getting to Tenno Ika time?
We're kind of neither right now. The shogunate is highly discredited, but the emperor is not restored, so it's kind of a bad middle ground to be in right now. Hold on, I have to sneeze. Yeah, it's not a good position at all. But we're gonna keep on industrializing. Okay, right. So our Keishi. I mean the Shogun, I guess. I mean he's dead, eh? I think. Tokugawa Ieyoshi is the new Keishi. Is the new Shogun, really, so. New Office of Shogun, cool. I thought you changed to Modernizer. Maybe I'm crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. Okay, yeah, here's what we're gonna do. New idea. New idea. For about 3 seconds. We're gonna do this. And then we are going to arrange the Imperial marriage. I think. There's another one of these things? Broken Dejima trade? Ugh, this is actually tedious. Sorry, hold on. I forgot about this. Oh, hold on. New idea, we have to load. If you pass it, they'll be too happy to revolt though, right? Well, I can pass it and then pretend to revoke it. Oh, the game crashed, never mind. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. While the game is booting back up, my bot has not been working this stream, and it was very important that it works this stream. So what we're gonna do is basically try and fix it a little bit. I'm just gonna do this. Yep, we're gonna do that. And then I'm going to pin that because it's the next best thing I have. Okay, game crash. I think this is the save we want. Sure. Did that actually pin? I believe it did. Perfect. Okay, so what we actually want to do here, he's not dead yet, eh? No, 67. Don't say it. Alright, so what we're actually gonna do is click this button. We're gonna do arrange Imperial marriage. And then we are going to fail it on purpose because the Shogun is gonna die, right? Which will no longer make this possible. And it's gonna fail the journal entry, which I think is gonna make people upset. Or, I don't know, something's gonna happen. Maybe. Because the problem is, if we want to do Imperial marriage, we need to enact closed borders. And if we enact closed borders right now, it is going to take away from our enaction of something that I actually want. It's going to take time away from us. Now I'm going to go ahead and do this. Make people upset again. Try and pass this. So we're going to intentionally fail this. I think. Also, I have too much money. See if we can pass this very quickly so that we can maybe not fail the Tenpo Crisis. Maybe. A lot of the things that you complete for the Tenpo Crisis are kind of in the last, like, 3 years of the journal entry. So, like, the urban centers, the naval fortifications, the army power projection, the GDP. A lot of that stuff kind of falls in line towards the end. This is the new DLC, Eki, yes. Also, I completely forgot to thank Moth for the 16 months in the Squire membership. I read the message, but forgot to thank them. Right, so everyone in Europe is having revolutions right now. We should expect to see Britain have one as well. Yep, there it is. It's always... I'm telling you, there are just a bunch of revolutions happening in Europe, and weirdly enough, also, like, in Quebec, along this little line... Just like in here. Any interesting revolts? I mean, Britain usually has like a radical revolt that wants a republic. Or the labor movement, I think, tries to establish a republic. But I don't think they ever end up establishing like a communist or a socialist system. Well, we'll see if they do. It is seemingly kind of big. That's a big part of Britain. Might as well also improve relations with more people. You also want to improve relations just so that you can have interests in a bunch of areas, because this is kind of how you get interests now. Or rather, sorry, they're called involvement. To get involvement, you kind of need to do something in that area, and then you get involvement, which allows you to do different things. So, for example, in the Atlantic coast over here, we would not be able to do many things because we're merely observant. But if we get to engage, then we'll be allowed to sign defensive pacts and guarantee independence and establish colonies and stuff like that, so... (1841) would be a bit too early for that, right? It would be. And yet, we are seeing a strong labor movement. It is proletarian, not necessarily socialist, but it does advocate for cooperative ownership. Okay, so maybe it is actually just socialist. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we have our new guy in charge. The Imperial marriage should fail. There it goes. Now what options do we have here? Because this no longer functions. Now what? We're no longer pursuing unification of the shogunate and the Imperial court. Right. We can revise our strategy again in 1842. But I think what we're going to be looking for is just getting the Sono Joy movement to become more active still. They are improving their support. Agitation is kind of increasing slightly. We're gonna put some taxes back on. No, we're not. What am I doing? We want to make this go faster. The Communist Manifesto was written in 1847. Okay, so it's a little bit early. Surely they have already researched socialism, though. Isn't that how you even get the proletarian movement? Don't you need to have labor... okay, never mind. That's actually not socialism. That's just labor movement. Yeah. I think they're advocating for things that literally cannot be a law yet. Like, they want factory councils, I think, but they can't even have them, because I don't know if Britain's even researched socialism, which gives you factory councils as an option. Also, right, the guy who's in charge is dead. I think I actually want you, because you're my agitator. I want you. Wait, are you my agitator? Brigadier General Aizawa Seishisai. Brigadier General, that's you, okay. Yeah, we're gonna put you in charge of the army, because we want you to be powerful and popular. Romanticism, cool. What else do I want? Stock exchange, that's a big one. Currency standards, that's a big one. Banking, maybe. Yeah, we'll go with banking. Please let me pass this. Zoned out for a bit. Now I have no idea if we're doing well in Japan or not. I would say it's not going great, but it's going. I want the Sabako movement to be cooked. I want it to have no support at all. So I'm going to reduce their support. I think it's fine to take the bottom option. Please let me pass this. Let's go. Okay. Improvements. Lacks status order, that's something. We'll get to this soon enough. The Chonin, we'll see about that. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to pretend like we're gonna pass this. Right? That's gonna make the Sonal Joy movement very angry. And we're gonna use that for our Imperial restoration. I am going to save the game before I do this, because if I mess it up, then that'll be embarrassing. We do also want, I think, interventionism, but we'll get there in a second. So, rigid status order. Oh look, we're trying to roll back social order protections and whatnot. If only someone would do something about this. If only someone would do something about this. Oh, actually, we can do something about this. Okay, so... yeah, this was gonna be interesting. The Emperor becomes the ruler of Japan. Tokugawa Ieyasu becomes the leader of the daimyo. Activates landed voting. If the legitimacy of the shogunate is too low, this interaction may cause unforeseen consequences. So we're gonna see what they mean by unforeseen consequences. We're just gonna have fun and say, yeah, put the Chonin in charge. See what happens here. Petition the Emperor to return his governing authority to the Imperial Court. Imperial sanction in a couple days. Ooh, he's trying to do a coup. This is really awkward. Oh, man. That's really awkward. We're about to change governments in like 2 days. Hey, man. Do you wanna like wait a second on that actually? Because we got this going on. Okay. Oh, okay. The Emperor has issued his response to Tokugawa Ieyoshi's petition to return governing authority to the Imperial Court. The Shogun's petition has been accepted and the political supremacy of the Emperor restored. Okay. Things are happening. A lot of things are happening right now. Okay, so the Emperor's back in charge, right? Yes. Okay. And we're gonna get another event, presumably? We'll just do this, I guess? Is this the Tycoonate path? No, this is the Imperial Restoration path. So we're now the Empire of Japan. We can now do this. We're going to... Well, actually... Let me just see what's going to happen. The Decree of Restoration. Opponents of the Tokugawa clan within the court have persuaded the Emperor to issue a decree formally restoring his own power. It abolishes the shogunate and establishes a government that excludes Tokugawa Ieyoshi from any official position. So he's no longer a magnate. Date Narikuni becomes the leader of the daimyo. Also a moderate. Cool. The Sabaku movement gets activism, which makes sense because they're loyal to the shogun. But that's too bad. And then we also have something to do with like revolution, maybe? It said like 0.8 revolution progress. We actually don't want this either. Oh. It'll make the Sabaku movement militant. Let's pretend like we're going to pass that. We're not actually going to pass it. We still have traditionalism. That's not great. Yeah, so with our political movements, Sono Joy is relatively happy. Didn't we get a modifier too? Hold on. I thought we got something for our ability to enact laws. But maybe not. Okay, never mind. So we'll pretend like we're going to enact that. We're not actually going to. Oh, here we go. The Sono Joy movement is revolutionary. My question is actually, what are you guys? Oh, here we go. This is the modifier. Bakumatsu. Hold on, I want to scroll up here. Oh, there is no scrolling up. That's because it is... somewhere. So what is this whole revolution about? Like, you guys want to restore power to the Emperor. Oh, they want isolationism again. Brother. Not ideal. Okay, now I'm confused. Because you guys... You got the Emperor restored. Isn't that what you wanted? Overthrow the ruling shogunate, restore the power of the Emperor, and carry out the immediate expulsion of foreign interests from Japan. Yeah, that was the movement. They had, what was it, the two slogans were like, restore the Emperor and expel the foreigners. I think those are like the two main taglines of this ideology. So I guess now we have the Emperor in charge, but they still want to do a revolution. I'm gonna stop bolstering them because I actually don't want to do isolationism. I don't want to do that anymore. One emperor, one era. With the political primacy of the Imperial court restored, the emperor has promulgated an edict reforming the system of eras. A new era will now be declared with the accession of a new emperor, and last for as long as he rules. Right. I mean, that's cool, but how do we stop this revolution from happening? That has something to do with passing the rigid status order? I mean, it is, yeah. It does have something to do with that. I'm afraid if I drop this, though, it's going to cause the Sabaku movement to do the exact same thing. Oh, but I'm actually okay with that. Because they have, like, no support. You know what? I actually don't care. No, this is fine. This is fine. You're right. I think it is specifically because they were upset over the law being passed. We'll see if the other interest group now does the exact same thing. Because they're pretty upset. How much support do you have, though? Only 700,000 people. Even if they do try to start a revolution, which they are, I think we're kind of forced into a civil war here, which, I mean, hey, historically accurate Japan, but... Dude, 34 regiments? Are they going to steal 34 of my troops? That's not good. What if I suppress your movement? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. So this little modifier down here, Akumatsu, over here, this actually is intended to force you into a civil war, I think. That seems to be precisely what they want us to do. Right. Okay, so... I don't know what to do about that. Because they actually will have 34 troops of my military, which is most of it. Also, why are you only 20% supplied? Oh, because you're not mobilized, I think. Guess you just have to win? It's gonna be tough to figure that one out. Yeah, civil war is actually imminent. I don't even know if I can win this one. The government is considered legitimate. Can you cheese activism back and forth for 2 years? I don't think so. I think that'll actually make it worse. You can win if you change sides. No, here's an idea. So they want autocracy. What about the other political movement? Let's see if we can find a compromise between these two. You guys do not like autocracy. Is there anything you two can agree on? Are we truly diametrically opposed on everything? Not quite. I can offer Jun a call. No, I can't. Cannot offer Jun a call. Well, shoot. Is there anything that one side likes that the other does not mind? You like professional army. You don't mind professional army. Okay. Okay, so if we do this... Nobody's that upset, right? They will still be militant. Why are you like this? Why are you militant right now? 60% increase because of the retreat to Osaka. Okay, so how long does that last? I guess we'll never know. No, it's gonna be like in here somewhere. 28 months. Okay, so we're kind of forced into a civil war. Like, we actually do have to fight a civil war. Damn it. Alright, professional army. Maybe we can placate you very, very slightly. Oh, no, it's cooked. We're gonna start a civil war. Shoot. Been trying to reform early. I'm just trying to play the game. I did hit the end Sakoku early button, but... Dude, yeah, I mean, hey. This is the Genin War. This is the historically accurate Japan Civil War, so it's not exactly shocking, but... Then we have this guy who's also trying to do a coup. He's just kind of there, in the background. Everything's kind of falling apart, but I think we'll be able to fix it. Maybe. Alienated by the seizure of his lands and titles, Emperor Tokugawa Ieyasu and his loyal retainers have risen in revolt against the Imperial court. Wait, Emperor Tokugawa Ieyasu? No, that's a little bit of an oopsies, because he's not the Emperor. But, oh well. Yeah, he wants to reverse the restoration of Imperial power and restore the Bakufu. Oh, we can actually swap to the Shogunate, that's interesting. No, we will fight them. Now, how we're gonna fight them, that's the question of the hour. But hey, we will figure this out. Maybe. So you're actually trying to do a coup. I think what I'm gonna do is remove you from power, maybe? Because you're being very annoying. Yeah, we're gonna give somebody else command. And we'll put on a few things. He does actually have pretty decent stats. Meticulous and direct are pretty good. No, we're still gonna swap you out, actually. We'll get this guy first. And he's going to basically allow us to defend while we raise conscripts. Any allies? No. Nobody has any interest in Japan right now. So this whole civil war... Oh, what the hell? Never mind. I completely lied, so please ignore me. You are allowed to throw tomatoes at me if you want. Okay, never mind. We actually do have the potential for allies. (1842) Civil War already? Meiji Restoration speedrun any percent? That is kind of what it feels like right now. That is sort of the vibe. Nah, we got this. No coup. No coup, thank you. Help! Oh, you don't want to help me? What? At least one of these, nothing. Joseon would help. For an obligation. Russia would help. I'm not gonna give you... You want these. I know what you want. I know what you want. Maybe you want this. Either way, you're not having it. They would take an entire actual state? You guys are insane. One obligation from Joseon is regrettable, but not that bad. It's also possible that the warfare system is cooked to the point where they can't actually get any supply. This, too, is a possibility. I'm gonna see how these numbers start looking. Because the thing is, like, let me explain. It doesn't really matter if we could get someone on our side. And the reason is because to transfer troops, you need to have ships. So let's say that we do call in Joseon. What are they going to do? Well, they have 2 ships right now. Their total capacity to bring soldiers over to Japan is probably not even 1 entire unit, if I had to guess. So with these 2 ships here, right, they have 1 cruiser. How do you have a cruiser? Oh, no, never mind. It's going to be one of the, yeah, it's just a frigate. Okay. Dude, I can't even... There we go. So the thing about a frigate is that its carrying capacity is 0.15. So they actually can't move any troops over to Japan. The only country that we could actually get support from would be Russia, because they have a navy that can bring troops over. These 2 can't actually help me because they don't have enough involvement in East Asia, I assume. So if we go to the Netherlands, for example, diplomacy here, we scroll down, Northeast Asia, and they are merely observant, so I don't think they can even get involved in this war. Yeah, they are not allowed to take sides in diplomatic plays in this region because they are only level 1. Russia, I believe, has enough involvement, and they could, in theory, get their navy over here. It would take a very long time. But by the time they do, it doesn't really matter. And I'd have to give them an entire state. And we're not doing that. So there's actually no way for us to get real support. But we could go to somebody and say, hey, please give me military aid. Military assistance. In exchange, I will give you a power block embassy. And I will simply beg. Actually, does that even matter? 20% training rate is decent. We only need it for 5 years. You know what? I'm gonna beg, I think. I'm gonna say, please, 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 let's go. Alright, we're so back. Next. Raise military wages. After that, we don't need this, and we don't need this right now. We're gonna do this, and we are going to get rid of taxes. And we're gonna do that for a second. So that we can do this and this. We're going to lower that, and we are going to basically conscript every able-bodied man in northern Honshu, which is not very many, it seems. Right, because we don't have a professional army, so the best we can do is raise the training rate pretty much. Why are the territories of the Civil War swapped? Why does the shogunate hold Kyoto? I have no idea. Also, we're just gonna like build units. We'll do everything else later. We'll also, do I want to promote you? Isn't there still a coup going on? I mean, kind of. We'll deal with that probably after the war. Promote you to Major General, so you can handle more troops. Civil War time, let's go! Okay, I might actually swap you out for somebody who has Pillager. Devastation is not excellent, but Pillage is really good because of the kill rate. Or we can temporarily give you control for advancing. General accused of plot, yeah, I know. You know what? Who are you? That's funny. It's the guy we literally just kicked out, I think. Oops. Well, we'll retreat the coup attempt. And it's funny because he just attempted a coup, but we're actually still gonna put him in charge of the army. But we also have professional army now. If you think about it, it's actually perfect timing. Oh, they also have professional army. Well, I'm still correct. It is perfect timing. Now we can actually get more people into the army. And is your capital in Kyoto? Yes, it is. You are going to focus here. Offense is decent. Their defense sucks. Okay, we've won. That was easy. I may have gone a little overboard with making sure that I win this. They may have Tom Cruise on their side. It's a possibility, but I remember how that movie ended, so I'm not too worried. You know what? We should give the industrialists more power. Alright, there we have it. We've taken the capital, so they are cooked. One of the things about the army rework that's kind of odd is that since you only have one general now, I don't really know how they calculate how many battles to make. That was anticlimactic? I mean, it wasn't that anticlimactic. We prepared for the Civil War and we fought it and we won. And now we have to fix all the damage. I don't think we have lead. Fish fertilizers, yup. Fish fertilizers, sure. We love exploitative practices. Actually, do we? No, we don't. Do I have ships? Probably. No, I don't. I do have one shipyard, and it is being used for something. Oh, for ports. Yeah, that makes sense. Sweeteners. I think we get sugar from something. Don't we have apples or something? Big orchards, yeah. Okay, I think the economy is fixed, sort of. And we're going to stop building troops and construction sectors. Where did all these even come from? I didn't make these. We made the ones in Tohoku, and that's it. So we're actually going to get rid of the rest of these, because they don't have the optimal placement for goods. We only want to build up Tohoku. And then government administration. Did you just delete a whole bunch? Like, what did you do? I love revolutions because they destroy everything. Can you play as the shogun and allow the samurai class to stay and to make a modern version of them? Like making samurai replace bureaucrats? I mean... We already have hereditary bureaucrats, which is kind of what the samurai do. We even still have samurai, technically. Like, they are here, and they get their... Yeah, their population is from aristocrats and servicemen. So you basically already have samurai being bureaucrats at the start of the game. They just kind of did that. Oh, you're not going to be in government, though. Okay, so we should finish the honorable restoration soon, because it's now been at least 6 months, or sorry, it will be 6 months without civil war, and with the restoration of the emperor, so... I think this is from shortages, maybe, and devastation. So we should be able to fix that. Our market access is very nice. We're just going to keep on building stuff because we need to improve the GDP still. We have 3 of these completed. We should be able to get this one done. Naval fortifications are very easy to build. So that's an easy number 4 and 5. 3 states with level 3 urban centers. That one's a little bit tougher, but we already have 2 of them completed, so it's actually not that bad. I think as long as we allow the investment pool to build at all, it should solve itself. Anyway, more iron. Should we start by getting appointed bureaucrats? Probably. Oh, we're also going to get you out of the government. Or out of the military. We are going to have you in charge instead. Because you didn't attempt a coup. The Famine, we could get them in charge. Anybody who can get us on interventionism, I want to put them in charge. And it appears to be like nobody. Well, we can do this actually. So you can be in charge. We're going to go to... Really? 11%? Oh well. Interventionism. Can I reduce taxes? No, that's not going to be enough. We'll see what we can do. We're going to try interventionism first so we can actually build an economy. This is why I dislike in games you can only historical Japan. No, that's not true. You actually can play as the Shogun and try to stay traditionalist. I just didn't choose that path this time. It's not going to be quite the same thing. Like, if you want to remain as the Shogun and stay traditionalist, you can do that. You don't need to end Sakoku for a really long time, I think. So you actually could just stay as the Shogun and not break isolationism. We did the opposite because I wanted to speedrun the restoration. And yeah, it might actually be easier to stay Shogunate. In my last attempt, I did stay as the Shogunate. And I didn't have a civil war, and it was actually not that difficult to continue. But then also I decided for fun to swap to actually being a theocracy, so... You're right, I still have the training edicts on. Thank you for reminding me. We do want this on as well. Ooh, right, the honorable restoration gives us reduced, I guess, time for each law. so we can pass things rather quickly. The samurai can afford to lose some loyalty, that's fine. If you show this already, can you show the new Japanese companies? I mean, I would if they were easier to see. I can only show you a couple of these. We have Mitsui. It's for silk, basically. It's for clothing production. Next Japanese one, isn't this? Yeah, this is like the noodle company, right? You get the soy sauce. Isn't that cool? Groceries for assimilation, reduction, and mortality. This is actually really strong. Reduced mortality is kind of huge. What else do we have? Mitsubishi Automotive Industries. We have the Sumitomo, which is the steel, refined steel, but also gives you construction sector throughput. Yasuda for interest reduction, which is pretty good. There for merchant marine. Tokyo Electric Grid for electric industries throughput and urban center stuff. And I think that's pretty much most of the Japanese stuff. And if somebody asks again in the future to show the companies, then I will say no next time. Do I want to give the Jisha more power? I actually don't know about that. What do you have? Rigid status order, state religion, theocracy. I actually don't like you that much. We're gonna go with the Heimin. How is the Navy rework? It is, it's pretty solid. It's basically like you're playing Hoi 4, but it's not as complicated. And I like that. Ninko restoration. So the Bakufu has fallen from power. The Emperor Ninko has restored the political primacy of the monarchy. Excellent. You have two options. Either promote the intellectuals or the industrialists. Daimyo is renamed to Kazoku. Right, because they're no longer Daimyo, so Kazoku are like the families, I think is what that means. So they're no longer like formal clans, they're just kind of like families that hold a lot of influence now. They don't like own the territory anymore, I think. So either way, we get a modernization movement, we get industrialized Japan, and retire the samurai. So everything else is the same, it's just, do we give the industrialists or the intelligentsia more power? The intelligentsia are modernizers, they do like interventionism. The industrialists are going to be the ones that will give us, like, what am I thinking of? Free trade and laissez-faire. So perhaps we give the industrialists more power. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. More things are happening. Tenpo Crisis still going strong. We'll solve that, I think. Recognition is advancing. Ninko restoration. Okay. The Emperor has been restored to power. We need to retire the samurai, industrialize Japan, and go on a mission to the west. Okay, that's easy enough. All interest groups in Japan need to either not be part of the government, or they need to support lax status order. That makes sense. So who in the government... Oh, it's you, isn't it? The Jisha. That's because you have a lot of power. Right, that'll be interesting. Ninko restoration. We'll do dispatch a mission to the west. Assemble a list of several ministers and officials suitable for the role of ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary. That's a word. Chosen candidate will be sent to lead the expedition to the west for an expected period of 10 months. Does it matter? So either the leader of the... Okay, hold on. You're some guy. This is just a dude. You're the leader of the Chonin. You're just some guy, some daimyo. The leader of the Heimin, and also some guy. I don't know if this matters very much. It would be very funny to send this guy to the west because he has the shoujoi ideology. He desires the immediate expulsion of foreigners from the country, and then he's gonna go and like learn from the Western powers. This guy seems to make the most sense. Yeah, because they want to reform Japan. Maybe I'll send this guy because he seems like he kind of vibes with it. Oh, hold on, this is different. Mori mission. Oh no, they're not different. Yeah, okay, you can go ahead and do that then. Plenipotentiary means the diplomat who you send has the full powers to represent your nation and sign deals, negotiate agreements, speak in your name. Oh, he doesn't have to ask for permission for anything. Ooh, interesting. So he does have the power to ruin everything for us. If he really feels like it. He's arrived in Mexico. That was really fast to get to Mexico. He was gone for like a week. That's pretty quick to get all the way to Mexico. Plans to travel along the railways to Mexico City, surveying Mexican institutions and industrial facilities. Sure. The dude was already in Mexico when you appointed him. He was ready for it. America is merely the gateway to Europe. Okay, so we can skip going through the Americas and just go straight to Europe. No, we'll go through the Americas. That's fine. Oh, we can recall the mission too. Well, we're not gonna do that. What do we have to do here? Okay, literally just industrialize Japan, sure. Retire the samurai, research Napoleonic warfare. We need to get something other than samurai training. And we need to reform the military to not have irregular infantry. That makes sense. Can you buy Alaska? I don't think so. To buy Alaska, I believe you need to be an independent country with their capital in the Americas. And maybe even North America specifically, but I don't know about that. We might be able to move our capital to the Americas technically, so I guess in a sense. Also, we have way too many irregular infantry. We're gonna bring that down a little bit. Actually, people are pretty happy, which is cool, but I actually don't like that because it means we should be taxing more. Why are you guys happy when you could be paying taxes? You could just conquer it. I mean, that's true. speaking of conquering, or in this case, we should try and integrate Ezochi, because if we do that, we also get a bunch of stuff. Do I do that now, or do I... Well, their Liberty Desire is already super low. They are fairly willing to be annexed. And if we do that, we do actually get a bunch of stuff to do with Hokkaido, so... Yeah, let's go ahead and integrate Ezochi. Of course. Of course. 74% chance, by the way. Now watch Great Qing join them. Fortunately, Qing would be powerless. Doesn't really matter. Why do I have no supplies? Because we're not very efficient at delivering them, that's why. Or with Ezochi, that's fine, we'll just walk in there. Having traversed from the Pacific to the Atlantic, the Kujo mission has arrived in Great Britain. Seeking to establish diplomatic relations with the Queen's government and tour the founding sites of the Industrial Revolution. Follow every lead presented to us. Yes, we would love to go through and take a tour through Britain. Not sure how the new supply system works. Me neither. We have 3 years for this. Concerning. No, it's fine actually. We just have to like turbo build. Faster than thought possible. Okay, GDP has spiked. So we should be able to get this done. How do we not have 3 urban center states? Or 3 states with 3 urban centers? We have so many with 2, but only 2 with 3. Okay, so it's not that bad. This actually stopped working. Naval fortifications are easy. Hereditary bureaucrats, we'll do that next. I'll actually demobilize. More. There we go. It's already incorporated. Lovely. We should now get... nothing? Where's my Ezochi event? Oh, we need to build an urban center in there. Okay, well, we'll get around to it. One more construction sector. Then also we can continue trying to be friends with people. The Pope, I guess. Brazil. No one's unifying Canada yet. Wait, are you getting your butt kicked? Oh no, they are getting their butt kicked. How are you getting your butt kicked this bad? That's kind of embarrassing. What's going on here? How are you losing this? Oh, because of bugs. They just didn't deploy their army to the front. That's great. Alright. Okay, so I guess we'll improve relations with the guy who's actually putting troops on the front. Maybe we'll be friends with the Ottomans more. Across the continent, we're going to the French Orleanist revolt. Or, how do you pronounce that? It is Orléans, right? Maybe? Anyway, yeah, we're gonna take our time crossing Europe. We're now in Belgium and the Netherlands. Sounds like New Orleans, but in the old way. Yeah, so it is 3 syllables, I think. Maybe. Maybe I should make this guy the dude in charge of the Haymin. Please, interventionism. Please, interventionism. Please, interventionism. Gonna try and become a democracy? Probably, yeah. I think we're just gonna end up naturally gravitating towards democracy. Like, we're gonna grab wealth voting to allow the industrialists to have more power, and then we're gonna get, like, laissez-faire because our economy is gonna be massive. And then once we do that, like free trade, laissez-faire, and then we can give the rest of the population suffrage. Maybe. Please, interventionism. Please, interventionism. Bro, please! Come on, man. This is actually torture. I only have 2 years and change to get this done. Oh, hold on. The other half event in Ceylon. Okay. Oh, the mission has spent several days observing both European colonial society and native Theravada practices. Oh, okay. This is a scripted event. So this is us looking at what's happening in British Ceylon, in Sri Lanka here, and saying like, wow, if we don't lock in, this is gonna be us. Hey Corbett, wonder if you're also going to play Stellaris? They did have another update recently, and I have actually not played it. I might. Maybe. I have a complicated relationship with Stellaris because I want to learn it, but every time I do, the game changes like 3 months later. The Yokohama ports. Having spent months abroad and completed a full circumnavigation of the globe, the Kujo mission has returned to the Empire of Japan. They've brought with them compilations of data, foreign goods, and first-hand accounts of Western technologies and political institutions. Okay, so our guy here gets the trait Explorer, becomes a masterful diplomat. He might also change his ideology to Modernizer, or he might change his ideology to Liberal. We'll see. We do have the report itself. They've submitted their reports to the Grand Council of State. The reports contain observations of industrial society and recommendations for new state policies. Okay, so we could get foreign innovations for tech research speed for 10 years, and positive catalysts for Britain and Russia. We could specifically decide to learn from Wallachia? Okay, no, that's cool. I just didn't expect it to be Wallachia, but okay. I mean, we do want elected bureaucrats. That actually is one of the things that we really want to do very soon. It would actually be immensely helpful to take this bottom option. I might actually take the Wallachian politics. I might actually learn a lot from Wallachia. Sure. Elected bureaucrats. That is another tick on the Tenpo Crisis. Excellent. So we just need the industrialists to build one urban building pretty much anywhere except for the exact place that they're building it. Oh, we actually do have lead. That's cool. We also have a lot of glass. We'll do that too. Let's see if we can just, you know, urbanize things a little bit. Ooh, okay, maybe not all that. I think the game is actually messing with me at this point. Please just give me interventionism. I'm being trolled. Oh, you couldn't get elected bureaucrats if you didn't have a voting law? Well, clearly you thought wrong. I have no idea how we accomplished this. Democracy, but only in very limited circumstances. Okay, I'm actually gonna lose my mind. 78%. 5%. This is actually going to cause us to fail this. Well, maybe not. It wouldn't be the reason, but it would contribute. Low organization because supply is not real. Okay, we have to build like one urban center thing somewhere. Got 265. It's gonna be in here. Please let me hover over that. Okay, so we need one thing. Or maybe a few things. We need another 20 urbanization. And I need to drink water. Okay, let's go ahead and build 2 textile mills in here. That'll be enough to finish this one off. So we'll have 5 of these completed. We can grow the power projection and the naval fortifications, and that'll bring us up to 7 things completed. And then either we need to increase the clout of the Chonin. Maybe if we patronize this guy, that might happen. Or we could also get 40 levels of rice farms. We are at 22. That would be a lot of rice farms. We could actually just build like a ton of rice farms specifically in Osaka. Because Osaka also has a throughput on rice. Finally, interventionism. Ooh, bureaucracy's not looking too hot. What else can we do? Wait, don't we have a button? This also needs to be completed. Oh, wait, we need to industrialize Japan in 10 years? Chat, I think we're cooked. Oh, no, we need to... Okay, at least one restoration journal entry is completed when 12 years have passed. Okay, we're fine. I was gonna say, I don't think this is possible in 10 years. Because to get Napoleonic warfare... Actually, that's not that hard. Okay, here's the other thing we have to do. We need to build guns. I was hoping the Shogun would come back. I mean, he tried. Oh yeah, Hawaii. Do I get the button for Hawaii? What is this? Oh, okay. If we make the Jisha not powerful, then we can swap the Shinto. Okay. I don't think we get to influence Hawaii yet. Also swap to, ooh, we will not swap to per capita taxation. Dedicated police force is maybe not a bad idea, but is there something better? Yeah, public schools would be better actually. Because we have reduced technology research speed. But it would also tank the literacy. And literacy is what gives us some of the spread that we have right now, so maybe not. Not yet, at least. Yeah, we'll just swap the dedicated police force. Oh, right, yeah, we need to be a great power. To influence Hawaii. Speaking of influence... Yeah, this is a little interesting. I feel like this kind of thing you can only really complete if you don't do the restoration. I think I actually messed up by not doing this earlier. But it's fine. Alright, I actually completely forgot to set up the market. That's fine. Pretty much remove tariffs on everything right now, I think. Just because we don't really have much of anything to go off of. Like, we don't have an industry to promote. We have no capital, we have nothing. I think the only things we'll end up putting tariffs on are like tools, maybe. We don't want to import tools, we do want to make them. And everything else is kind of for now. Can you colonize? Good question. No, we cannot. Because we don't produce colonial growth. Because we need... We could start with frontier colonization. And then go to colonial exploitation, but we'll see. Aizawa Seishisai. I remember you. You tried to do a coup. Perish. Right now I think we have a bonus for society research, so we're going to pick up something from here. Maybe modern sewerage. What's the infrastructure here? Ooh, not good. Okay. Yeah, let's do that then. Right, paper does need to have Paper's in here, I think. No, it's not. Oh, I can't change that for another couple months. Never mind. This is getting a little bit stressful, I won't lie. Who are you? I do like the legitimacy. In fact, if I reduce taxes, we can get to righteous government. Make this much, much faster. Yeah, this is actually suddenly becoming very stressful. What's our power projection right now for the army? It's almost nothing. Of course. We're going to downsize the army to 30 troops, and we're going to start upgrading them. They are going to require arms industries, but for the meantime, I'm going to temporarily import a little bit. See if we can raise our power projection. 500. I actually don't know if we can do this. Naval fortifications are kind of cheap, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. We already have one. So, do they need to be in just in owned states? Okay. That's 9 of them being built. We already have one in Ryukyu. They don't take that long to build. 4 weeks. I'm going to go ahead and get these out of the way. We can get prestige or Arts Academy building throughput. I'll just take the prestige. It's kind of fine. Japan is the paper producer? Well, not yet. Ooh, the Chonin becoming more powerful is useful. Except I just don't think we're gonna get back to 10%. Oh, okay. And you... Ideology child, how old are you? 15. Okay, fair enough. We need a regency. That is great. I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't really like any of you that much. But at least you're Mitogaku. But you're also part of the Kazoku. That's not excellent, but it won't last very long either, so... Well, yeah, we don't need to do everything for the Tenpo Crisis. It's actually impossible to do everything, because some of them are mutually exclusive, but we do need 8 of these to be completed. So we need to increase the power projection and finish these, and then we'll be at 6. And then we need 3 states with 3 urban centers, which I was kind of hoping my industrialists would be able to do for me, but they seem a little bit incompetent. Or at the very least, they're investing in things that are not helping me here. How are we doing on this? 439. Okay, it's still increasing. There we go. Power projections at 500. Could we, in theory, enact the what's that? Shinsengumi? They are secret police. But Japan secret police. We could maybe. Shinsengumi were shogunates. Oh, not part of our laws. What do they mean, not part of our laws? I guess because we need to have the shogunate for this? I mean, it says you don't have it enacted. Oh. Okay. Okay, now what we need to do is this actually. Get textile mills in Osaka so that we can get a level 3 urban center in here. Actually, we don't need to build these for that. Instead, we can build a ridiculous number of rice farms. Yeah, if we build an enormous number of rice farms in Osaka, that actually solves the problem. Funny enough. So what do we need? Like 40 rice farms? 40 levels of rice farms. And we currently have 22. So if we build like 15 months, hey, I think we'll be fine actually. I think if we build 18 rice farms in Osaka, then it'll also increase the urbanization enough to complete both objectives. Which is kind of funny. They don't need to be fully employed, they just need to exist. You put construction edict on Osaka, that is true. Oh, we need to fix the government. What happened? Who supports this? The Heimin? As long as they're still in the government, then it's fine. Oh, what happened is the regent exists. Okay, yeah, we'll swap the government a little bit. Lovely. The income is not looking too hot. I'm gonna raise taxes again. Oh, we actually can do this, because the ruler has a Mitogaku ideology. What do you know? Okay, cool. We actually do want to do that. Okay, so... oh boy. Oh boy. We don't want to lose that. Offer relocated land. This makes people really upset. But I think we can actually live with this. The regent is going to do what he has to so that the emperor's hands are clean. So that increases the tax collection in Kanto and I think in here. Or is it in here? Yeah. So that increases tax collection and reduces the decree cost. Actually throw that down too, just for fun. We can make rice dirt cheap. Can't believe Corbett's bullying the landowners. The landowners deserve even less, actually. Ooh, chonin interest? Curious if resolution of the samurai caste causes the Satsuma rebellion here? Maybe. Also, still can't change this, because we need general staff. We'll add this on top of that. The rice fields do contribute to urbanization, right? Yes, okay. Korea's sitting there looking so invadable. I can assure you they are not invadable for us. It does feel like at the start of the game, I guess it depends on the country you're playing, but a good bit of the time now, like playing as Japan, you don't really use infamy for the first little bit of the game. Because it's just kind of difficult to do naval invasions now. And also your diplomacy is a lot more limited. Students of the blade. While you were modernizing the country, I was studying the blade. Right, so this is the sword ban. Reduces the samurai's political strength. The officers and servicemen become more radical. That can't be that bad, right? Yeah, we don't really have any movements that are particularly bad, even if they do become radical. So they're just gonna live with that, actually. Right, we can lift the meat ban, which I think is good just for... I don't know. What is it even good for? The economy, I guess? Proportional fervor for the Japanese culture. Okay, we'll just lift the ban. Oh. Coronation Day, right, he's no longer a kid. We lose the regency period, and he becomes the ruler. Nice. New emperor in charge. Okay, now we can actually pass that. Nice. We are kind of burning through our cash reserves right now. But I think... Ooh, wealth voting is actually really difficult to get. Maybe we'll swap to landed voting so we can get recognition faster so that I can actually start borrowing money. I would very much like to begin deficit spending. There we go, urban centers are fine. And for our rice fields, we just need 10 more rice farms. And that is going to take less than 11 months. I don't know how much less. We'll be fine, I think. I'm going to take out a little bit of debt, just because I'm slightly concerned. If each one of these things is like 8 weeks, we should be fine, I think. I think. Yeah. Yeah. We'll be fine. Just a little bit of debt. How bad is our interest? Well, that's not very good. No, it's fine. You can kick the landowners out of government if you swap them with the samurai. That's true. That would make it go faster. And then we'll retire the samurai later. It's not going to make us fail anything, is it? I don't think so. Just 6 more weeks. Oh yeah, we're chilling. We're at, I think, 38. Yeah, 38 rice farms. 2 more in Osaka. I have no idea how we're actually employing all this. We have an insane amount of grain. Beautiful. Number 5, grain producer. I think we're going to be fine on grain for a while. And I would like to get the average standard of living up to at least 10 to optimize for population growth. So it's actually fine to make grain super cheap. There we go. Modern sewerage is going to help this state out. One more week and we should We done the Tenpo Crisis. There we go. 8 agendas are complete, mostly reformer agendas, so we get the reformer event, which is the one that I want. From peasant to samurai, are we not all subjects of the emperor? So true. We actually get 20% shonin pop attraction too, which is cool. Political strength for capitalists. Loan interest rate reduction for 10 years. Amazing. And we get a lot more loyalists. A lot more loyalists. Okay, beautiful. We have avoided a crisis. Or we solved the crisis, actually. Now what we need to do is research general staff so we can kick the samurai out of the military. Once this is done, we're going to go for voting. British delegates coming to visit Japan when they see the 50,000 acre feudal farming complex in Osaka. Is there anywhere in the world that has more actual farms in a single location? I don't think so, not even in China. Okay, well, they do have a lot of silk plantations. But yeah, we are absolutely rice maxing in Osaka here. I think we'll be good on grain for a while, guys. What's Europe doing at the moment? Probably falling into revolt for the 17th time. Ooh, hold on. The Netherlands and Belgium are going at it. Come on, Netherlands. If you're gonna go after Belgium, you might as well go after the whole thing. Go for Wallonia. Yeah, that's what I thought. You might as well go for the whole thing, man. This is incredibly ballsy from the Netherlands, though. But I guess, like, if nobody's really able to help Belgium, I guess. I mean, Sweden, they're not gonna do much, though. Really, another setback? On a 65, or it was like a 55% chance? Brutal. Okay, what we need is arms industries after that. Spain did side with Belgium. But I don't know how much they can actually do. Frontier colonization is actually something we would like to do, so we'll take that. Increase the enact chance for speed. Now they're worried. Come on, don't get cold feet now. Don't start a war and then back down. That'll be embarrassing. Side with the Netherlands? I actually can't side with either of them. We're not involved enough. Come on, Netherlands, you got this. I actually think the Netherlands do have this. Unironically, that's not a joke. Well, okay, maybe... maybe not. No, they definitely do. The Netherlands actually do have this. Because they have a navy, so they can blockade Belgium. And cut off supply for any other troops trying to get in here. Well, I guess it depends on the Spanish fleet. The Netherlands actually have a really strong fleet. Comparatively speaking. I think they would be able to win. I'm just saying. I don't think they'll try, but they could. We'll do this real quick. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh, yeah, maybe we're not going to do that. Because if I say no to this, it's not going to be an issue, right? No. We'll be fine. I'm going to cancel this. We'll get back to that in a minute. What I want is... Well, I want landed voting, but apparently nobody else does. Do you people not want votes? Not even wealth voting? Nobody wants voting? Is this the version we're all getting tomorrow, or is it the pre-final slash pre-final patch, etc.? I have no idea. It is possible that there could be a day one patch. People do want voting, but I need the landowners. I know, but I don't want the landowners. Because they're cringe. Fine, you can be in the government. Ooh, not a very strong-looking modernist revolt in India. Are you revolutionary or are you separatist? I guess we won't really know. I think they're revolutionary. Yeah, they're revolutionary, okay. Yeah, who knows who's going to win at this point. Probably going to be the company, but if they take... They're pushing in Bengal. If they take Bengal, then actually they might be fine. I think it would be really neat, actually, for the East India Company to explode into 700 pieces. I think that would be very convenient for me. Ooh. This is maybe the weirdest treaty I've ever seen in my life. This is so funny, I'm actually going to accept. I'll give you 10 tea, and they will give me 10 guns. Sure thing, man. Yeah, at least Denmark likes us. Shout out Denmark. Oh my god, the Ottomans are imploding. Not really imploding, they're exploding. It's from outside. Yeah, they're cooked. Okay, we need to keep on spending money, otherwise the economy will collapse. And we can't have that. I should build paper mills, actually. Where do I have sulfur that's not here because the infrastructure's bad? Some sulfur in here. That's a decent state for sulfur. That's not bad. You actually have a pretty decent number of resources as Japan. But I figure it's gonna run out by mid-game, and that's... Well, I mean, that's kind of the point of Victoria 3. Oh no, we have no more resources. We have to get them from somewhere. Imperialism time. Okay, we actually can't even use sulfur yet, so I'm just gonna spam out more of these. Who sold it to you? In Denmark, they're selling me guns. Denmark has a problem called Prussia next door? Nah, they'll be fine. Although I have been seeing a lot of super Germanys lately, so it might not be fine. Ooh, this could be super funny. I'm actually gonna take the bottom option, just because I get to I get to spend like 20 days. I've gotten it low enough at one point, at least, that it was at like minus 95%, and it was just like seven of these. Oh, see here, we can do that. There we go. Make it instant. Unfortunately, it has a chance to completely ruin everything. Like this. Wow, wouldn't it be super funny if I managed to mess everything up just because I wanted to meme a little bit? Dude. Imagine this whole process, but it's 30 days for each one of these. You know, that's fine, actually. Come on. Come on. Just imagine this, but I'm waiting 30 days for each one of these events. Here we go. Now we can actually get something that's useful. We got so close. We just need the assent. We have already introduced the bill. We have already considered the bill. We just need the royal assent. Like, this is the emperor debating with himself about whether or not he should actually pass the law. Bro, just pass it. Look at these past checkpoints. Look at these. Brother, just pass the law. It's not that hard, man. It's not that hard. Finally, landed voting. Look at us with our modern Japan flag. That took forever. Okay, now we can do frontier colonization. No, we can't, because it has not been long enough. We need to wait 14 months. That's okay. Alright. Can we get somebody out of government? Can we get the Jisha out of government? Actually, shouldn't I wait for votes before changing the government? Election season, we have the Imperial Rule Party. Constitutional Reform Party. Well, we shouldn't sabotage democracy this early. Okay, now we can actually play the game. So, which party is actually... Okay, yeah, so we have the natural governing party of Japan right here. With 99% of the projected votes. I'm gonna be honest, man, I don't think it matters how much momentum you get. I think it's kinda cooked. even if this doesn't change the makeup of the government even slightly, at the very least, we do now have democracy. And that's important for getting recognition. The Western powers love democracy. Unless you're Russia, and then you don't like democracy that much. Is Korea going to fall to Qing? I actually don't know what's going on between Joseon and Qing. Still a tributary, kind of in the middle. Well, I do like legitimacy, but I also want the intelligentsia to be strong. No, I'll take legitimacy. Oh, actually, that means I should probably swap out the government first. Where's the button? End the Edo system. Yeah, we need to kick out the... Oh, wait a second, it's literally just you. Who can I... need to put somebody in charge who doesn't want rigid hierarchy. The problem is that we've now coalesced into parties, which means that we're kind of stuck with the Jisha in this party. Even if it's just these two, the samurai are still a huge pain. Maybe we'll just have the Heimin in government for like 3 seconds. Oh, but we need 50 legitimacy. Of course we do. Is that enough? 47? You gotta be kidding me. Intelligentsia? No, I didn't think so. I messed up, chat. I think I messed up. It is hard for us to get rid of the caste system. We need 50 legitimacy. And we need nobody in the government to support the caste system. I think I have irrevocably messed it up. Until the Liberal Party comes in charge. Or comes into power. Oh boy. Oh dude. I didn't even realize. British Vietnam. That's kind of cursed. Hi Britain, would you like to not kill me please? Thanks. Actually, speaking of being friends with Britain... Oh, not that friendly. Embassy? Please? Why do you guys not like me? Does anybody here like me? Oh, dude, Netherlands got absolutely... got cooked. Oh, no. That's tragic. Embassy? Please? Embassy for the poor? I'm not doing that. Never mind, we'll wait. Well, the thing is, like, we have to wait for the Constitutional Reform Party to get votes. Because we need to actually give money to the industrialists, but the problem is that we have 6 years to end the Edo status system. And that's kind of a problem, because I don't know what happens if we aren't able to do this in time. Japanese becomes obsessed with paper. That is pretty useful for us, actually. Good for the economy. You're going to do a coup. Why is everybody trying to coup the government? Bro. No, you don't get to do a coup. Stop it. Oligarchy is better than land voting? Land voting's better for recognition. Well, it's not ideal. It is what it is. For now, at least. Here we go, no coup. Stop it. Alright, things are cheaper, that's great. What else can we even do right now? Build more construction? Infrastructure sucks here. We don't have railways. I should probably start boosting the economy. Railways, water tube boiler. We'll do that after general staff. Although, now that I think about it, why did I even want the general staff? To retire the samurai? What even happens if I do that? I guess we change the ideology of the samurai themselves. Oh, maybe we'll get rid of Bakufu. Oh, okay, we can still do this, I think. 32 months. That's like 3 years-ish. Yeah, we can still do this. That's not actually a big deal. Oh, what's happening? Oh goodness, what's happening? Time for a war between Britain and Russia. That's a classic. Okay, so what are you trying to do? Transfer Joseon. Guys. Also, I've just realized that my chat has been up in this corner the entire time, and it's like a really bad position for chat to be in. You guys should have been down here the entire time. Guys. This is so cooked. If Britain takes Joseon, we are so cooked. I want Joseon. Russia needs to join. They already did join. But dude, you ask for transfer Joseon from Qing? I don't know how much influence you think I have in Qing right now. Oh, you mean if I do it like this, transfer subject? Oh, I don't know if we can do that right now. I just don't think it's happening. No, join for war? We can't join, like... I don't think we have a chance. We can't even land troops right now. We don't have the supplies to move an army over. And then Russia would get involved. Negotiate for support? We can't even. Because Qing hates us. So we can't join on their side. And Britain thinks that we're cringe and weak. Which is true. We can't do anything, actually, in this war. And they know that we can't do anything in this war. So they are not willing to negotiate for anything. And even if we could... I mean, I guess I could support unconditionally. Like, it's technically not my problem right now, but it will be in the next 20 years. How many unis do you have? 0. I'm not going to build any unis yet. I'll build universities when we have a higher GDP. I don't think you need Joseon. Okay. But what if I want Joseon? I'm trying to figure out what would be a good shipyard building state. I guess here for now, focus hardwood, build more shipyards. And then I actually want enough shipyards to get more fishing trawlers. It's kind of expensive, but we do actually want more shipyards in general, because that allows us to build more ships, so we can actually build a navy. But yeah, this is looking kind of cooked, I'm not gonna lie. We'll see. Does Russia like you? Kind of. They're cautious, and we do have amicable relations. Does the USA like us? Not really. But what are they gonna do? I'm currently not passing anything. Per capita is still a bad idea. Oh, we do need to get rid of this, but no one supports public schools. Lovely. We do want public health insurance, but that's not going to happen yet. Oh, we have landed voting, not wealth voting. Maybe I should go to wealth voting. Samurai won't like that very much. We could actually get the secret police. Oh, hold on. I actually messed up. I just realized. So there was that little coup attempt, and I remembered it's because I didn't put on frontier colonization. I just forgot to do that. Oops. Yeah, screw it. We'll do this, I guess. Liberate Cornwall. Is this the dumbest possible war goal they could have gone for? I struggle to think of a dumber war goal. Are you dumb? Are you perhaps stupid? A little bit? A little dumb? A little stupid? Russia joined them? That's not Russia's war goal though, is it? I don't think. I don't think they promised that in exchange. Let's see, what did you actually give them? They gave them nothing, I think. I think they prefer Great Qing for the love of the game, and mostly out of hatred for Britain. Qing did not give them anything. That was a freebie. That was one that Qing just put on there for fun. They didn't want to liberate Dainam or anything, or like transfer Vietnam to themselves. No. We gotta liberate Cornwall. Truly the most oppressed people under British rule. Alright, we have now been recognized by Spain. Thank you, Spain. I'll promise not to take the Philippines for the next 10 years. Alright. Recognized. Our interest should not be as bad. That's a lot better. That's at 5,000 now. Much better. Okay, what's our current principal? Or interest rate? 8.9%. Could be better. It's not bad. Not bad at all. If we can get to great power, then that would be really neat. I think great power drops it to minus 50%, right? Or maybe it's minus 30%? I don't remember. It is minus 50%. Okay, so let's try and become a great power so we can start deficit spending. %5 prestige would help. Oh, yeah, hold on a second. I'm simply improving relations with people too much. We don't really care that much about Hungary. The Ottomans are cooked. There we go, 139, we're getting there. And then I'll go ahead and build a couple of ports here. The gamble for the Chonin. Yeah, go for it. Who is this guy? A market liberal? Oh, I actually like that guy. You can say. Rip. That's awkward. Well, you're also a traditionalist, which is kind of weird for being a Shonin guy. That's, kind of odd. Maybe it's not that odd. Oh, actually, it's not odd at all. Never mind. Well, I actually don't want you to be in charge, so you can leave. And in fact, I would love to give this guy leadership. Ooh, what's your thing? You support the modernization movement. And the modernization movement is not yet actually putting pressure on the petite bourgeoisie. Oh, right, I forgot. We do have to do state Shinto, but we need the Jisha to not be powerful. Yeah, we can be friends with the Dutch, I guess. For now. Number one priority is getting off of Edo social cast. I know. I really, really want to fix this. I've really bungled it, I'm not gonna lie. I need to figure out a way to split up these groups. You know what I need to do? I need the Chonin to be pressured by this guy. I'm actually gonna grant you command. And I want to grant you peerage, maybe. It doesn't really matter if you're a noble. Let's patronize him. I want him to be powerful enough to grant leadership, because he is a market liberal, and that is going to be very different from the Kazoku and the Jisha, enough to break apart this party, and maybe give more influence to the Chonin. Maybe. Or at least to give us a chance to bring someone else into the government. My other plan is to wait for general staff so that we can retire the samurai. The samurai, I think after that, lose the Bakufu government thing, whatever, the ideology, and then maybe they become influential enough, like just barely enough, to put them in the government and use that to end the Edo status system. So we're kind of gambling on that. Okay, so we need to fix our mail system, I think. Right. The conditions now exist for a centralized postal service capable of supporting a modern state. Reduce bureaucracy and authority for education access and technology spread. Reduce radicalism, gain authority, reduce bureaucracy, get the Chonin to be happier. Similar thing, but for the Heimin, and reduce authority, and then do nothing, and then... Who is Hisoka Maijima? Who on earth is this guy? It would be cool, actually, to get the enactment time reduction. Have you been doing much manual building? I've been doing pretty much all manual building. Okay, education access and technology spread might be the move here. Maybe. Sure. Hisoka Maijima founded the Japanese postal system. Oh. Oh no, bro. Oh. Listen, man. Okay, it's not that much money. Fine. I can be chill like that. Okay, we have 202 supply ships, and I'm kind of burning infamy by not using it. So what we're going to do at this point is begin building a fleet. And the fleet we're going to build is going to be dirt cheap, and it's going to exist to invade... What is even going on here, man? Anyway, it's going to exist to invade Borneo. Why can't I invade you? We don't have an interest in Indonesia. Okay, well, we're gonna fix that. I don't know how to fix that. We need to start actually ruining relations with several countries. I'm gonna build a navy, and the navy I'm building is going to be super mid. It's gonna be a frigate. Oh, dude, we can't build anything cool. Alright. Basically, it's going to exist to transport ships. Or transport armies. So it's going to be literally bare minimum. We do need to build artillery foundries, but this will work for now. Oops. It is a 0.65 carrying capacity, so 10 of these will give me 6.5, and 11 of them will give me 7. Also go to the capital ships, add a template, same thing, make it super small. I actually don't think I want these for carrying capacity necessarily. I really want this for the landing skiffs. But I'm not too sure if these actually, like if this stat applies to the whole navy or just the units on these ships. I'm not too sure. I kind of just assume it applies to the entire navy. Or maybe it's at like a ratio, so like if this ship makes up, I don't know, 30% of the strength, then it's a 3% naval invasion efficiency. I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna do the same thing, build like 2 of these maybe. And that's what we're going to do. Build a little navy we can use to actually get into Indonesia. Having a deal with Siam might be the best thing to protect European Asian interests. Or to protect interests against European colonization. How did this end, by the way? They're still at war with each other. Excellent. Now, we do actually need artillery. Let's build that in the background. We also need ports, so we'll do that. To be honest, I hate when people cheese in Victoria 3, and I'm so glad this new supply and navy system just stopped the Gaza Conquest cheese in its tracks. Well, it kind of did. There are new flavors of cheese available to us, but we'll get there when we get there. How's Mexico? You could help them? I don't think there's much helping I can do in Mexico right now. This is cooked, though. I have no idea what's going on here. Oh, I think they made their subjects angry, so their subjects are all asking for autonomy. Well, asking at gunpoint. You know what I mean. Oh right, whenever we build ships, we actually do need to build Naval Administration. Does this take up infrastructure? It does. We're going to build that somewhere else. We're going to build 3 in here. To invest, of course. I think I need to invest in Japan first. Yeah, once we have the artillery, I think it'll be cheaper for us to produce ships. The other thing is, it's not necessarily the best idea to just go out and do infinite imperialism. Especially if you need a bunch of ships to maintain that imperialism. Because now you have to pay for shipping lanes too. Please say Joseon's winning. Oh, dude, it is so cooked. 1 defense, no general. At least try. Please. You lost to 4,000 guys. Please, you have to at least try. Oh, don't scare me like that. No, please. You can do it. You can do it, I believe. You have to resist imperialism so that I can do imperialism later. Wealth voting? That would be nice. Who actually has wealth in this country? The aristocrats and the clergymen, I think. Nice. How do I even check wealth? Clout from wealth? Okay. So you, wow, you have a lot of wealth. Average wealth is 8. Average wealth 17. That would actually empower the Chonin. Average wealth 19.6. How many pops? 12,000. Swapping to wealth voting might actually be useful for us. I don't know how much wealth the Kazoku have. Average wealth of 32. Okay, it is a little bit cooked in that regard. Man. But wealth voting would still be much better than landed voting, right? Because I just gave a bunch of political strength to the clergy for no reason. I'm gonna try. Any plans for the caste system? Yes, in theory. The plan is to wait 3 to 6 months, get rid of the samurai, have the samurai lose their Bakufu ideology, and then put the samurai alone into the government. And then use that to get rid of the system. That does rely on them actually losing the ideology, which I assume they would. Also, my ships need to merge together, but they actually don't know how to do that. Can you please merge? No, you can't merge because one of you doesn't have a crew. Yeah, that's my bad. Wait, is it my bad? Wait a second, didn't I build 3 of these each? 3 in here and then 3 in here? And then they just don't exist anymore? Maybe I only built 1. Admiral. I think I like meticulous better. Okay, we can put 1 unit and 1 marine on here. We're getting there. Oh, we had a righteous government. What happened? Someone fell from grace. I don't know. We'll do that then. New party? The Imperial Way Party. When is the election, actually? (1853). Yeah, wealth will be better as I industrialize more, I know. But I just really needed to shift really soon. Oops. Okay, so we need to swap these to general training. The samurai need to not be part of the government. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Yep, my bad. Wait, what did I just do? Not skirmish infantry, just line infantry, but you can't unupgrade, so that's cool. Sure. Okay, and then kick the samurai out of government temporarily. Goodbye, samurai. I'll do that for a second. There they go. Follow the samurai. We reformed the armed forces, put an end to the backward system of feudalism. Alright. So they lose the Bakufu ideology as expected. Whoa. Okay. 80%. Oh, dude. Okay. So if we strip all of the titles from the samurai, then 80% of officers become radical and 50% of servicemen become radical. I think that is a good recipe for a healthy political climate in the country. Personally, I think it's really good when the majority of your armed forces are radical. Okay, let's not do that then. 5 years of reduced military research speed, I think I can survive that, actually. That's alright. It's not like you have a big army anyway. It's kind of relative. It doesn't really matter how big the army is when I don't think anyone's intervening to save us. Five years of reduced military research speed isn't even that bad when I don't plan to research military. Like, I could just not research military for the next 5 years and I'd be pretty much fine. Yeah, I'm not particularly pressed about that. You get tech spread in all 3 categories? Okay, but is that the same thing? Actually, I'm not getting any tech spread in in this right now, but let me, I guess it's because I need to wait a little bit. Okay, so we do have tech spread. So we would lose a little bit, I guess. Yeah, coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb. Okay, so we lose a little bit of technology research speed. We lose 25% of this value, I think. Which is not good. I don't think it's a big deal. I'm just going to take the top option. More importantly, they lose the Bakufu ideology. I think what we should do is do a little swap in here. Minus 240,000 loyalists is not good, but I think this is the only way we're going to be able to get rid of the caste system. So yeah, we're just going to put only the armed forces in charge. And we're going to decrease taxes to get 50 legitimacy so that we can end the Edo status system. Beautiful. And then we can say, oops, it was just a little mistake of the pen, and we'll put you guys back in charge. Oops, my bad. And everybody's happy. Well, maybe not everybody, but it's a little bit better. Alright, military. We are going to give you... That's not even a real military. I'm gonna give you this, and that's fine, and that's fine, and that's fine. And we have opium in here? Yeah, okay. That's fine too. Still not a great power. Not great. But maybe what I'll do is... I want to form a power block already. Maybe. Is Cornwall finally free? Unfortunately, no. The war's actually still going on, and neither side has budged at all. Minus 0.13, because the sheer bloodthirstiness of the British population has them broadly supporting the war. So the war support isn't going down very much. And in Qing, the lobbies hate Britain. Very reasonable, actually. Very reasonable reaction for Qing. I also have no idea how you lost, like, what is this, 200,000 casualties? And Britain has like 2,000 tops? I don't know how you even accomplished that. That's pretty impressive. Right, we still actually do need more naval administrations, I think. I would like my ships to please deploy here, so that I don't have to keep doing that. We can move 4 troops right now. Okay, what I'm gonna do is split off 4 troops. 4 line infantry. I'm going to... Yeah, I'll recruit 1 marine. Let's actually have you here. Wait. Yeah, that's fine. And we'll hire somebody new for this because I don't like that other guy very much. Okay, new plan. We're actually going to hire you for that army. And then you can be in charge here. Of course. Oh no, please. Please do not let them take Joseon. Ching, do something. Ching, you have to save them. Please don't let them fall. Please, Ching, I need this. Do I not have enough involvement? Why do I have no involvement here? I've been ruining my relations with like 20 different people. Do I need to improve relations to get involvement? Specifically? Like, I could send my navy, but I don't really want to. Don't really want to. See how long it takes to move your ships? We also have a supply shortage, let's go. Oh man, it's also crazy expensive to deploy your navy now. Maybe I'll get a second marine as well. Okay, yeah, because of our fleet, we're going to bring up to, we're going to go up to 300 and, you know, 300 and, yeah. $10 per week. You're killing me. Wondering when we're gonna get our first Cold War Paradox game, considering the second one is starting. Victoria 3 kind of feels like if Paradox wanted to make a Cold War game, but then just set it in the 1800s. It kind of feels like that a little bit. Power blocks and regime change and control of trade, control of straits and political ideologies and all that. Even I forget to subsidize the ports, therefore getting absolutely none of the benefit of building the ports. I also want money, so we're gonna do that. Okay, we can finally do something. Isn't that neat? Problem is, we're gonna have to go and bring the Navy back, but that's not a big deal. So we're gonna start by... Make Protectorate or Conquer? That is the question. What would be better? If we conquer outright, we're going to get 73,000 rebellions. If we make them into a protectorate and give them all of Borneo, they're going to get 73,000 rebellions. Tough choice, really. What if I just do like tall Japan playthrough? And I just keep myself to the borders of Japan, but then I have infinite subjects. That does get very tedious. Does Borneo have that many resources? Yes, Borneo has a lot of resources. Like, the island of Borneo actually has ridiculous resources. It is a very good state. It has, I think, pretty much everything you need. It is all one state, right? Or is it 3 states? Might be 3 states. I don't know. But it is really good, like the island is. It seems kind of trash. Okay, so there's also oil here. That's the other part. That's kind of the more relevant part to us, actually. Is that they also have a lot of oil and rubber. How many levels spawn? Chat, help me out here. Isn't it like 30 or something? It's a decent bit of oil. Anyway, screw it. Protectorate, I guess. Makes my life at least a little bit easier and they can pay me taxes. I guess. At least it's easier to build if it's a protectorate, because then there's less turmoil. Not that much less turmoil, but there's less. And they might back down, which would be really nice for me, because I don't feel like deploying the army. And in fact, I would like to bring the Navy back home, because I don't want to pay for it either. Hello, please become a protectorate willingly, because I really don't want to deploy the Navy. Can you show the orchestrate coup option? Well, I mean, we can, in theory. I think we need to have somebody with a pro-Japanese political lobby, and then we need to have a general who is part of that lobby who actually likes us enough to do that coup. That's what I'm saying, like, Victoria 3 is basically what if they just made a Cold War simulator and then set it in the 1800s. We even get the CIA simulator. Very peculiar pathing on this Navy, because I asked you to stay here, so I don't really know what you're doing, but okay. Let's go. Thank you, Brunei, I appreciate that. Now the question is, do I do that for everybody, or do I just stop at Brunei for Protectorate, and I just, like, give them a bunch of stuff? I think that's the better idea. I don't like having a lot of subjects in Victoria 3, because then every time you reduce the autonomy of one of them, for some reason all of them now get a little bit upset. I mean, that was always the case, but you know what I mean. So I think I'd rather just give Borneo, or Brunei, the entirety of Borneo. Now the next question, I guess, is why can't I invade you? Because we don't have an interest in Indonesia. I have a subject in Indonesia. Do not tell me that I don't have an interest. Do not play these games with me. It just takes a while. Lovely. Alright, Brunei. I know you don't like me. But that's okay. Because you... okay, never mind. I can't do that because you're not a tributary. I was gonna decrease payments, but that's not how this works. I can still give you territory though, right? Yeah, okay. So, what we're gonna do is invade... Falun Gong? I'm actually gonna force a Diplo play because I want both of their states. Infrastructure's still bad here. Lovely. Well, we're looking to pick up mechanical tools. Why am I getting this first? I don't know. Well, we'll pick up mechanical tools. How long will that take? 6 to 11 months. And building steel mill will take... not that long. Wait, 6 to 11 months. This actually is kind of 6 to 11 months. 32 weeks? Yeah, okay. We'll build the steel mill then. So that we can swap this to steel as soon as possible. We have 8 of these. We're going to need 160 steel. We do have the Bessemer process, so we'll get 2 of these. Let's not forget, we want the other part of Borneo, and we'll make that primary too, so you don't back down. Although I figure they wouldn't back down, because this is really small and this is big. I'm asking for this, but... we'll see. They're not going to back down either, but that's fine. This time I will have to send the Navy. Maybe I'll just permanently staff Marines on this thing, because it's kind of annoying to try and, like, ferry everybody around. Don't I have 2 Marines? Oh, oops. Okay, 6 troops and 2 Marines, that's 7 troops and 3 Marines. I actually don't know if carrying capacity includes Marines. I think Marines are wrapped into the carrying capacity. So it's a total of 7 units, 3 of them are allowed to be Marines. That army might actually be annoying. Maybe. A invasion begin. This might take a while. Wait a minute. Are they not? Are you not going to defend against the naval invasion? Okay. Alright. Dude. I forgot about this achievement. Oh, yeah. Do not go back. Hold on. Don't do that. That's interesting. I was actually able to unlock that achievement, like, on Steam, too. Which is weird, because it doesn't come out until tomorrow, but... New election. What do we have? It's exactly what I expected. Oh, never mind. I lied. That's kind of an improvement, sort of. What are your companies? What companies? Who's in charge here? Moderate. I can put another moderate in charge. Okay. You don't have any companies? Nope. 0 companies at the moment. We may pick up companies. You know what? Here, I'll pick up companies and then I'll do the other things. So I think I'm just gonna hand this off to Brunei. Because 1, it is impossible for me to build anything in here, because the turmoil is horrendous. And 2, I don't want to deal with infinite revolts. So actually they can have that. And then what I can do, I can get my navy. What? I can't station it in a puppet? Really? What do you mean I can't station my navy in a puppet? Bruh. What do you mean I can't station my navy in a puppet? Or my army? Bruh. Alright, fine. Ooh. Navy hitting the old Ottoman maneuver. You love to see it. I think you can. They need a port. They have ports. I might actually force this play because you have 3 states. So now I know for sure we can station in here because we're part of the same war. That's fine. I also need to spend more money. I don't know what to spend money on, though. What do I need right now? Maybe I can make industrial goods cheaper. Well, I'll do that soon enough. Well, we can still do it, I guess. You need to gain a treaty port from your subject. Maybe? That would kind of suck. Hello, treaty port, please. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, we can now get steel tools. We'll do that. Should have done that a while ago, maybe. I think we can do that too, actually. Okay, go ahead and start hiring people real quick. Said use transit rights for coaling rights as well. Could always actually do a treaty port because you could gunboat diplomacy to bully neighbors into things. Well, gunboat diplomacy is... Well, I mean, it's not that good. It's okay. So, threatening naval hostilities sort of gives you a bonus to them accepting, depending on how much they care about their coastline. Especially for things of like international trade. If they rely on the world market, they're more likely to back down. If they still don't back down, then you open a period for 180 days of naval hostilities, where you can bombard their coastline, you can raid their convoys, you can blockade them, stuff like that. The more damage you do by the end of those 180 days, then the more seriously your next naval hostilities are taken. So, the next time you threaten naval hostilities, you get like a plus 25 or something. But you can't actually bully somebody into doing something that you want them to do. They either accept when you threaten naval hostilities, or they don't. And if they don't, you can't force them to. And the bonus from naval hostilities, or the threatened naval hostilities, is not usually enough to overcome something like asking for a treaty port, which is like minus 200. Like, no amount of naval hostilities are going to overcome this. Or even if we do something that's easier, like we go to Acha, treaty port, like, we will not overcome this with naval hostilities. I just don't even think it's possible. Like, we get plus 12. They don't really care much about their coastal GDP and the world market reliance or anything like that. On the release stream, Martin said he was going to add that post-release where you can bully them if they refuse. He couldn't include it in the release. Okay, so maybe later then. But for now, it's just kind of like an additional modifier that doesn't do too much. Do I not have a single sulfur mine in all of Japan? That's crazy. Okay, I completely miscalculated that. Let's go ahead and start building up silver mines in here then. Sulu, we are going to do this. It costs the same either. No, it doesn't cost the same actually. It's less infamy. I give it to them because they have a higher involvement. True. Yeah, we're gonna do this then. Because I don't want them to back down and leave with like a little bit left. Good to see wealth voting is going well. So that naval hostilities were too short and they needed a balance pass before release, so it's going to last longer. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Naval hostilities lasting only 180 days gives you a very narrow window to actually inflict enough damage. And I've found that it's only really doable on countries like the Netherlands that have an entire overseas colony. So you can bully the Netherlands to get 100 naval hostilities projection, or whatever it's called. But a country like even Spain might not be reliant enough on the Philippines for you to be able to deal 100 damage to them. Okay, I might actually negotiate with somebody. Maybe after the election. How long until you invade California and make San Fran Tokyo? Well, we could in theory do it pretty easily actually, now that I think about it. If I just build enough ships, it's actually not that hard. Maybe I do take California before it gets like super populated with a bunch of people, and then it becomes expensive. Worth thinking about, maybe. Same thing with Oregon, except that's a bit of a long shot. California, this should be doable. California and Baja California. I should be able to take those. Worth considering. Yeah, let me just start reducing relations with Mexico to start off with that. And then I really do need to ramp up ship production. My ships are so mid, it actually hurts. 6 armor and 9 attack. This sucks. My ships suck. Let me check my navy. What do we have here? 600%. Oh, that's because this ship is not merged. And they will not merge because they cannot be merged. Well, thanks for letting me know, I guess. Why? Who knows? It is simply the case that they cannot. Westernization of names. Adopt Western conventions in foreign correspondence. Maintain the traditional order of names. Diplomatic reputation, that's not a thing. What is this? Did they add this just for this DLC? I don't remember this. Adopt the Western conventions for all cases of names. This is the historical option, right? Western conventions in foreign correspondence. Never westernized names. I do like legitimacy, but we have a lot. Yeah, whatever. We'll just keep the order. Doesn't really matter too much. There we go. Now we can merge. Now we can merge. Now we can merge. Now we can merge. Now we never mind. To absolutely nobody's surprise, the Imperial Rule Party has won the election again. Is there anybody else who wants wealth voting? Intelligentsia and the Gosho. Yeah, well, that's not happening, so. Okay, let's negotiate, because I really do want to pass wealth voting. Who will negotiate? Jisha. Political concessions? Oh, I do not like that very much. Fine. Could we merge, maybe? I'm very confused right now. Okay, well, we're gonna do an invasion. And every other ship can just kind of figure it out. Speaking of ships, let's build more. But these ones, I think I'm gonna make them better. So the first 11 cruisers kinda sucked. But the next few are gonna suck slightly less. You actually own Brunei? Maybe it doesn't let you merge unless it's an owned port. Oh, you're actually right. I actually remember that bug just now. Very peculiar pathing we're deciding to take here, but whatever works, I guess. A cyclone started, hold on. That's not gonna mess up my ships, is it? Reduces ship speed. It's probably fine. Would Kazoku here mean the Imperial family? No. So the landowners used to be daimyo, right? But now we're kind of getting rid of feudalism. So what's left after the daimyo are no longer landowning? They're just wealthy families, right? So the Kazoku are just, well, they're the Kazoku. They're wealthy families. Kind of like land-owning wealthy families that are not formally part of a feudal structure anymore. Now the question is, do I give them this too, or do I just kind of hold on to these? What's the culture here? I can probably hand them off to Brunei. Either own it or give it to the Philippines. Oh, true. Maybe I should take the Philippines. I will not be taking the Philippines. I also don't know if I could even invade California right now. The problem is my ability to transport troops. Hawaii? Very close to becoming a great power. Why are you defiant of me, after I've given you so much? Okay, so this navy does have 127% screening. Lovely. That is good. We're gonna want to move you back home. Yes, because right now you are costing me supplies. I think. Because for that army to be supplied, it needs to have supply delivered through supply ships. And, well, the supply ships actually don't cost me that much. The shipping lanes are actually really cheap. Okay, you can stay there. At least it's a place to put my ships into my army, right? Well, maybe not my ships. I think their supply is still really expensive, whether they're deployed or just away from home. Yeah, because your supplies still need to be delivered by ship. And I think that's costing me a lot. Maybe. No, it's probably not that bad. You know what? You can just dock. Is Korea British yet? It doesn't seem like it. No, they are not British. And these guys are no longer at war. Congratulations. Okay, so Qing managed to not lose. Cornwall is still also not independent. So I guess they just kind of did a white peace. I'm a little worried about how expensive it would be to maintain a colony or a subject in California. Did you check the logistics centers for the Army and Navy to see how much supplies cost? Yeah. Where are my supply? Here we go. So, supplies cost this much in the land and naval logistics centers. Now, I'm pretty sure... whether they're being delivered by boat or just, you know, just having the army back home. I think we still have to pay this number of you know, wages and goods. And then additionally, after we pay for the logistics of the army and the navy, then they also need to have those supplies delivered through the ships. So that's going to cost us this much. And the shipping lanes for those also cost this much. I think. But that might be the shipping lane just to connect up to my subject. You still need the naval fortifications? I actually don't. Wow, those are expensive. I didn't even realize. Yeah, I actually don't need these. Well, it's always one of those situations where it's like, yeah, I don't need them. And then Britain comes knocking, and then all of a sudden you really, really do need them. But you know what? We're kind of friendly with Britain for now. We probably don't need the naval fortifications. Probably. Oh, they only get more expensive. Damn. Yeah, we'll get rid of these for now. Yeah, it's not a massive amount of the budget. But at the same time, like, it's just... we don't really need them. I mean, they do take up, like, almost 10% of the budget. So... wealth voting, finally. How does that change things? Not at all. Perfect. This guy died. Oops. Okay, what else do we want? National supremacy isn't that bad. For us, at least. Actually, for Japan, at the start of the game, this isn't the worst law you could have. What does this mean? Whoa. Okay, let's do colonial exploitation. Maybe. Oops. We do also want a capital fleet so I can build capital ships faster. Yeah, for now we'll go colonial exploitation, I think. Realistically, I think in Victoria 3, your colonial laws should be relative to the colonies themselves. Ethno-state makes you pay Japanese people more, is good for SOL late game, but will kill your economy right now. Oh. That's a fair point. Okay, I'm losing prestige. I have to do something. Either expand the army, expand the GDP, or expand the navy. I think it's going to be the army. China's not very happy. Honestly, skill issue. I don't know. They still have the strongest army in the game. Lovely, that makes sense. It's only 1854, but at this point, I think they should have taken more L's. Qing is a little bit too stable right now. That is true, it's only 10% of the stable expenses, so... It's actually not that much of the budget, but oh well. Britain does not have a treaty port. Defensive pact with the Netherlands, allowing me to invest in them, but I actually don't really care that much. Sorry, Netherlands. In fact, I would love to transfer the Dutch East Indies to myself. I think that would be really cool. Actually, wait a second. Can I just take all of Mexico? They're a minor power. You'll have to fight the Americans a lot if you do this. What if I just chill with Britain? Can we be friends? No. Please? What if I just go after, like, South America? Hmm. Here's the plan. I'm gonna become a great power, form a power block, fight rebellions, because there are always infinite rebellions. Also, I did start building sulfur. We should start using that sulfur. I built steel, but I didn't build coal because I'm an idiot. Should start privatizing. Maybe. Maybe. Are you not going to move your units? Is this like collusion or something? Oh yeah, we're definitely not. We're not going to urbanize Japan in time. That's fine. We're still going to pass anyway. Yeah, I'll start privatizing the industrial buildings. Actually, I think what I would like to do is get the technology for corporate charters, create a company for tools, and then privatize the tools. So actually, yeah, never mind. I'll privatize everything else. But not tools yet. I also don't know if I want to privatize these. No. I don't want to privatize the agriculture because I think it's going to get bought up by like the not the industrialists, the aristocrats. Probably won't privatize these either, but yeah, I don't want them to do that because they're going to waste my money on dumb things that I don't want them to buy. Okay, I don't trust these guys. Yeah, they just didn't move troops at all. Okay. That is not great. Are we gonna push, or are we just gonna stand here and stare at each other? Hello? Hello? Oh, there we go. Okay, soon we should be a great power. In theory. Maybe. Colonial exploitation, lovely. We can use that to establish colonies up here in Sakhalin. There we go, great power. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make my power block. I guess I could have done that already. Didn't matter that much. Actually, can I get Hawaii, please? We have an interest in Oceania. Right. Wait. I just need an incorporated state in the Pacific Coast Strategic Region? That's it? And then I can buy Alaska? Hold on a second. Well, I mean, we might as well. Take California, turn it into a state, buy Alaska. The problem is kind of self-evident, though. It's interesting that they're having a liberal revolt here, but they can't just declare their independence. Like, you've pretty much won at this point. You've taken everything, I think. Oh no, I forgot. The Russian-American company still lives in the Kuril Islands. Well, good luck with that. Qualification's still a major issue? I don't think so. We should get rid of the guild system, though. Why did you move into the middle? What? This used to be at the bottom, and this used to be at the top. That's weird. Per capita taxation is finally a good move to make. Yeah, the thing is, like, privatizing sort of means that my industrialists are spending money on things that already exist. I did a bit of privatization. I think I'm gonna stop. I don't want them to spend their money on things that exist. I want them to build new things. And besides, when the government owns a bunch of stuff, the interest goes down. So. Alright, let's go ahead and maybe... Well, we've already maxed that out, actually. Because the interest now is pretty cheap. Actually, let me just wait a week. Okay. Still cheap. Interest rate of 4.8%. Not bad. If we can get to, let's say, fair, which is very unlikely, then we could actually reduce the loan interest rates almost nothing, maybe? Hold on. because we can get another minus 25%, so we can get minus 95% until this runs out. But that's not going to happen before this runs out. It's probably going to sit around minus 75% in the end. Okay, what to do next? Power block. We're going to make this nice and simple. Sovereign Empire, because why would you ever make anything else? Vassalization. I feel like... Ooh. Okay, I was going to say, there should be something interesting for Japan, right? The Chrysanthemum Pact. That is definitely an idea. But a lot of these names are very generic. What if it's something else? They all kind of have the same names. I think there's like one extra name for each one of these. But yeah, okay. Sovereign Empire, it's going to be simple. We're going to call it the Japanese Empire. Or actually, the naming convention in Victoria 3 is in the language of the country, right? Rossiyskaya Imperia. Right? Devlet I Alia. So... what would we call this instead? Actually, what does this even mean? Devlet. Is it like empire? Devlet I Alia, though. That's... What does that even mean? I don't know. Nipponteikoku? Perhaps? Let me open some... Let me open DeepL, translator. Okay. It doesn't tell me what it is in Romaji, so... So the name formally, under the Meiji Constitution, was the Dai Nippon Teikoku. So I guess we can use that. So Great Japanese Empire, I suppose. Don't know if I want to make this one word. No, in Romaji that would be... It would be split into three things, right? Dai just being a prefix for meaning like great. Nippon literally referring to Japan, but there are like 7 different ways to write that, I guess. And then Teikoku being a separate word for empire. Yeah, that seems right. Now, the question of the hour is, did they add anything to the power block customizations for Japan? I feel like whenever they make a DLC for Victoria 3, the bare minimum they have to do is add like at least 2 things in here, you know? They did actually go ahead and add a bunch like 2 updates ago. I do appreciate that. Is there anything in here that feels particularly Japanese? What's that? Kyrgyz. It's funny that they have stuff for like Hawaii in Kyrgyz stuff, and like they have so many different things, but not really like all the things I would expect. Like, do they have just the Imperial seal? That's all we need, is literally just the Imperial seal. Yeah, like a chrysanthemum would be nice. But I don't think they have a chrysanthemum in here. They have the Shimazu clan? Do they? All else fails, I mean, we just have the circle. I guess. One of the sons, maybe? Maybe. But a lot of them feel like they belong somewhere else, you know? Like, this is just the default son. This is the one that feels, I think it's in the Philippines? This one's for Uruguay. Maybe this is not the Philippines. Maybe it is, I don't know. Peruvian. This is Philippines. Sorry, I actually don't know what this is. This feels South American. This is Inti. Like, all of them feel like they belong to something else, you know? Power play, choose the Irish harp. Yeah. I mean, I get why they didn't add the flag that they use in Hoi 4. Wait, they do use that flag in Hoi 4, right? Or am I crazy? Or is it like a Germany type of situation? I actually don't know. Never mind. They just use the modern Japan flag in Hoi 4. Okay. A bit up? It's right there? Wait, what? The Imperial Navy flag? Yeah. Below an elephant head. Oh, the lotus here? Not quite a chrysanthemum. We could pretend it's a chrysanthemum. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get any better than this, that's true. Okay, we're just gonna pretend that that's the chrysanthemum. And then in that case, it's like, it's close enough. And then I think the red is technically a little bit darker. And I think the pattern is, it might actually be this one. I don't know if you can tell, but on the left side, it's very, very faint, but the background of the UI actually uses this exact pattern. Very difficult to tell, but I'm sort of circling around one of the circles here. modern Japan flag has been used for a long time. The ones with the rays is the military and the navy. Oh, it's of the army and the navy. Oh, okay, gotcha. Using the correct flag in Hoi 4 and in Victoria 3? That makes sense. You actually can get the Imperial, or I guess like the Navy flag in Victoria 3. That is possible. I think you just have to be a military dictatorship, which I guess makes sense in that case then. We could go with a dragon, but like, this doesn't scream Japan to me, you know? When I think of using like the the dragon statue, I'm thinking like, yeah, I'm just gonna use that for China. Yo, we could do the power fish. But you know what? I never actually used the octopus. Let's use this guy. Give him a little hat. Maybe a little crown on top. No, I'm gonna give him a hat. Nice. A hat with a globe. And a banner. Ooh, that's peak. That's beautiful. Alright, yeah, looks good to me. Power block. Now let's see if we can invite people into this power block. Starting with... Actually, who can I invade and who can I just add to the power block? Because it seems really easy to just invade anybody who isn't recognized. Maybe I'd try to invite people in South America to the power block. Because they are recognized. Mexico cannot become a dominion due to being recognized. What? Who can become a dominion? Siam cannot become a dominion due to being unrecognized. What? Okay. 90 infamy to turn Mexico into a protectorate. That's a lot. That's a lot of infamy. But all I really have to do is take California. That's not even that expensive. Maybe we take Western Mexico. Just like this whole chunk right here. And then we invite the rest of Mexico to the power block. I'm thinking. Oh, right, sorry. Yeah, maybe. At some point, I think it would be nice if we could balkanize Qing and then turn everything in Qing into subjects. diplomatically, and then annex them, maybe. We'll see. Anyway, for now, I guess we could invade Kutai. And nobody's gonna help them. Well, some people might help them. We'll see about that. Wouldn't you want to get Hawaii first as a staging ground? Yeah, you're right. In fact, where's my army right now? Okay, you guys are chilling. I am gonna get my navy. You two can merge. No, you can't. Okay, never mind. I lied. Well, I would like you two to move into here. We definitely will get Hawaii, because I think we probably want them... I actually don't know if they would reduce our issues with supply. I don't know. I think the main issue is going to be the sheer number of ships we're going to need. Oh. Oh no. No, please. My mistake. Middle clicked something. Okay, I don't know why these guys cannot merge. They actually are in a port that I own now. So it's a little bit weird. These two can merge. And these two can merge. That's weird. Okay. Maybe if they both have no manpower, then it's an issue. I don't know. We're actually gonna balance this out a little bit better. Influencing Hawaii, let's go. Time to invest. Now, I'm pretty sure what this does is, if I just invest for long enough, we can just pull off a coup and own Hawaii. Although I don't often take over Hawaii, so I don't remember. Also, Brunei, can we change some of your laws real quick? Serfdom. Well, all I need you to do is become an extraction economy, actually. They are very unlikely to become an extraction economy. I do also still need to make the Geisha less powerful. Well, that'll happen over time, especially with the next election. There we go, per capita taxation, we're making a little bit more money. We're trying really hard to be friends with America, but they just aren't having it. Thanks, America. After 20 years, it'll give you an option to annex Puppet or leave them alone? 20 years. That's kind of a long time. It doesn't look like anyone's gonna come to their aid. Now the Dutch East... Okay, what's going on here, man? The Dutch East Indies are negotiating with me as if they aren't a puppet of the Netherlands. And I mean, we could actually fix that, couldn't we? Well, no, because if they become independent, then they kind of implode, don't they? If they become independent and they don't have nationalism, I think they implode. Is it nationalism or pan-nationalism? Yeah, they are a Dominion, actually. And they've declared a bankruptcy. I think they're cooked, guys. I don't think they're gonna survive this one. Oh boy, a bankrupt Dutch East Indies who's not receiving help from the Netherlands. That seems like an excellent power vacuum to me. The question is how to exploit it. Do we allow them to explode and then pick up the pieces, or do we try and... I don't even know how I would do this. Hold on, I have to like do wiki things to check this. Vic 3, Netherlands, no, Dutch East Indies. Well, they're a dominion under the Netherlands at the start, allegedly. Let's see. They can form Java or Indonesia. The East Indies must either annex all subjects or research pan-nationalism. Right, because the way that it works for them is that when they implode, they hand territory out to their subjects, I think. Okay. Maybe I should just let them implode then, honestly. Yeah, we're gonna decline that. Unfortunately, kind of a skill issue, buddy. It might not implode. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. A renewed Japan. Oh, because I think we just... Dude, I don't even have railways. I think it's because we finished the restoration. Okay, what do we have going on here? Free claims on Korea, you say? That is music to my ears. Free claims. That'll reduce infamy by what, 75%? Well, I do like free claims. Speaking of claims, you can do this whole thing where you stake colonial claims now. It's kind of cool. $7.2 infamy per Korean state. Wow. Korean real estate at a low and affordable price. Okay, let's go get canned fish. Maybe not, because we use fish as fertilizer right now. Canned meat for now. Speaking of fertilizer, we're going to use sulfur to produce more paper. Invade the Dutch East Indies? Maybe. Wouldn't it be nicer if I could just ask the Netherlands to transfer their subject? And when I say ask, I mean at gunpoint. Because how bad would that be? 49 infamy for the entire Dutch East Indies. Not exactly surprising that it would be a lot. Maybe it's time for us to host a quick little rivalry with the Netherlands. Well, we'll go ahead and rival the Ottomans to begin with, because who cares? Haven't you already rivaled me? No, you're domineering. Well, stop that. You know what? I don't even care if America doesn't like me. You know, I think the Dutch East Indies really just need a little bit of new management. I think we can fix the place up. You know, they're going to lose to their abolitionist revolts. So they're going to... Well, they won't implode from that, but they will get rid of slavery. That's cool. We'll just introduce it back later. That's fine. Me when I actually didn't even realize that I had taken that state. Yeah, you can have that. Okay, what else? Play very conservative. I like playing low infamy for a good part of the game. Because whether I'm at 12 infamy or 90 infamy, I'm still decaying by 7 per year. Oh, sorry, 5 per year. With a little extra. Infamy is just a number? Not quite. Not quite. My main objective is to make sure that my infamy never reaches 0. That is kind of when it's a problem. How do I force them into an extraction economy? Are there any extras for staying shogunate? Well, you can become the taikunate, which is kind of the shogunate, but the shogun becomes the tycoon, which I think is basically the prime minister. I think it's also where we get the word tycoon from. Like a business tycoon, I think, comes from the tycoon in Japanese. You also do get the ability to entrench Buddhism as well, which I think gives you reduced bureaucracy costs on institutions. I don't even know who to invade at this point, and I don't know how to make Brunei do what I want them to. The industrialists actually do have a lot of power, that's kind of funny. Maybe we can do agrarianism? I don't know. I could ask them to do it. We'll see. Every single time I've asked the subject country to pass a law, they've refused. Yeah, I know they're gonna refuse as well. And there's pretty much nothing you can do about it. Right, if I want to tell Mexico to let me in, I have to show up with my ships. We can move a total of 13 troops over, with 7 of them being Marines. Which means I could bring over 7 Marines to start with, but like, there's no point in doing that. I just really want California. I think it would be super funny. How expensive is it to take California? Can I can I get a colonial claim? No, okay. Oh man. Protector, that's way too expensive. It's only 14.9. We could do it. Let's have you project a little bit of power over here. Only 129 supply ships. I just want to check. I just want to see if I could. Oh, actually, this is a bad idea. I've changed my mind immediately. It's a bad idea because I need to use my navy to move people around. And I also need to build more marines. So let's say that we get these troops, and I'm gonna leave like 5 of you behind, I guess. These 2 marines. Why are there 6 of you? Get out of here. So I want you to be moved over to here, actually. And then of these marines, we want to build another 7 of these. I thought I just annexed you. Didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did. Oh, maybe they had a revolt and I annexed everything else. I am very confused, Navy. I believe I just asked you to move my ships. Or my marines, actually. Really sure I just asked you to do that. Okay, that's weird. This is one thing that I think I don't like very much about the Navy system, which is that we, every time we assign an order, they have to complete the last known objective, which is moving to a node, instead of just turning around. You orchestrate a coup? Is this a mod? Oh, you're right, actually, we can orchestrate coups. That is not part of a mod, this is simply the new update. The new update that is coming out tomorrow. Okay, yeah, so if we create a lobby in Brunei and we orchestrate a coup... to install a pro-Japanese government. Right, because we've kind of went up to Brunei and we're like, hey, you, the king of Brunei, you're actually just going to be a puppet. For the Sultan of Brunei, you're just going to pay us. That's kind of the way that this agreement is working right now. So they don't really have a pro-Japan government in charge. In fact, they are currently aloof. What are the different attitudes for subjects? Is there like a loyal one? Yes, there's a loyal one, okay. Right, so if we make them loyal, assuming we do a coup, and we can make them more likely to agree to our demands, such as making them into an extraction economy. It's still kind of weird, and it increases my infamy, and I'm not a huge fan of that, but what if we just fund a little lobby in Brunei? We do have to keep building things. We actually need a lot of lumber. I'm just gonna build like infinite lumber. Doesn't doing anything in another nation generate infamy? It does, and I don't really like that because it's so valuable as a resource that it feels like it kind of disincentivizes you from really interacting with a lot of the other things that use infamy. So we have 7 Marines, and we can add another, I guess, 5 units. Might actually make those artillery. Actually, I want you to be here. And those other 2 ships are also going to follow you, except for this one, which is not following you. Should probably be separate pools for Diplo stuff and direct aggression type stuff. I think so. Or maybe... I actually don't know how I would balance it. Because it makes sense that everything just gives infamy. The problem is just doing anything other than conquering with infamy is super inefficient. It might even do well for them to implement a system that's kind of like aggressive expansion, where different parts of the world react differently to the things you've done. Also, I'm pretty sure whenever you merge ships, it clears out all of the supply in all of the navies, which is not great. Okay, soon enough, the Netherlands will not like me very much, and we're going to ask for the Dutch East Indies. Okay, you guys are actually going to get stationed over here. I feel like I'm under-industrializing, like I'm somehow messing this up, even though it's only been 20 years in the game. I just feel like I should have a higher GDP by now. Well, actually, yeah, I should have a higher GDP, because I should have grabbed atmospheric engine sooner, and water tube boiler, which would actually massively increase my ability to industrialize. You're not allied to anybody, are you? Sweden? Eh. As long as Britain doesn't step in. Which they might. Russia would step in. Damn, that actually sucks. Oh man. What if I try anyway? Surely I will be faster than the Russian Navy. Surely. What's interesting is they actually have a system like that. Diplomatic incidents reduce the opinion of anyone involved in a strategic region, but it also adds infamy. Oh. Oh. They kind of do have that. Anyway. I already saved. Yeah, okay. Alright, we'll give this a shot.
Real, actually.
Salutations, how's the update Quarbs, and how's the game in general? Haven't touched vanilla since 1.0. You are like 30 to 50 mil under GDP for 1857 TBH.
Thank you very much, Salt, for the 50 Czech crowns. The update's pretty decent. I mean, in general, the game has gotten a lot better over the past multiple years. It is actually kind of worth playing, in my opinion. Does it even matter what I ask them to do? No, I don't think so. Prussia wants to get involved. Now I'm confused. Okay, whatever. We'll just take the Dutch East Indies as is. I don't want extra infamy for all their additional subjects, so that's fine. Victoria 3 is a lot better than it was at launch, and there are still improvements to be made. There are a lot of points of friction, especially for armies. Still not amazing, but, you know, it serves its function for the most part. Serves its purpose. And diplomacy, especially for, like, wars and how they manage diplomatic maneuvers and infamy, I feel like that entire system could still be reworked. I'll drop a little humiliate on the Dutch East Indies as well, actually. Just because if they're disloyal as a subject, then I don't want them to join against me. But anyway, we should be able to make a company. I think I'd like that company to be a tool company for the manufacturing industry's throughput. That is pretty big, and the precision tools are nice, because we use tools in everything. I'm just trying to remember if there's another company. Another company we can use for tools that Japan has. Oh yeah, we actually should make this company. Minus 5% mortality is pretty big. Anyway, we will go ahead and make the tooling one. And then we're going to give you a monopoly on tooling workshops, because we want you to be the guy producing all the prestige goods. And do I want you to have steel mills? Maybe. Because the other option is to produce or to create Sumitomo, which can produce refined steel. And they get access to a couple of things, plus construction sector building throughput. Maybe I don't even make the steel company. It is a pretty good steel company, though. Fertilizers, steel mills, and lead mines? It's pretty good. 3 whole different types of buildings. I wish I could give you, like, iron mines or something, I don't know. I'm sure I can give the steel producers iron mines. Okay, we'll keep it as it is for now. It's whatever. I will give you trade rights. That'll be your second good. Investment rights are solid as well, but I don't think we would actually want to do that because I want to hoard all of the tools in the world. How's the naval system? Oh, hi, Loris. It is, it's alright. Good for the most part. Just a few weird things with how ships move around. That's a little bit annoying, but otherwise it's just alright. It works. It's not super complicated like a Toy 4. Oh, my ships are running away. Stop it. Yeah, they do that sometimes. Case in point, I guess. No, it's not that bad. It's just a little rough around the edges. Gunboat diplomacy is also not amazing right now. Definitely leaves something to be desired. Ooh, we're getting the World Coalition against me. That is not good. But still manageable, I think. Sweden has 46 ships? Bro. Number 3 for ships? We are so cooked. Isn't it impossible to hoard tools? Well, I don't want to use the investment pool because then the company is going to start building tooling workshops in my subjects, and I actually don't want to do that because of imperialism. I should manufacture the tools and export them to the colonies, and they should use them to dig up stone or whatever, and then ship that back home to me. It's a lot of troops you're sending over. Out of curiosity, can you actually support that many troops? That's a lot, and I feel like they actually don't have the supply for that. Oh, you know what else I should do here? Swap away from merchant navy to a capital fleet. Or diplomatic fleet. No, we'll go with the capital fleet. Need to bring a bigger hammer. Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Infamy is just a number if you can afford a 500 strong army stack. If is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. I was kind of hoping for something Hoi-esque, at least it's an improvement though. I was actually hoping the opposite. I actually did not want something Hoi-esque. Because I am not a huge fan of Hoi 4 Navy. I attempted to learn it at one point, and I kind of did, and then I forgot about it, and I don't want to learn again. I simply refuse to learn. Okay, yeah, we're doing fine. Wait. Can I even transfer the Dutch East Indies? I think so. Let me in. Let me in. It can't take this long. There's like nobody here. Please. It's cooked. Well, maybe it's not that bad. I'm a big fan of Marines, by the way. Marines are actually a really good improvement. They're basically just like you can only have so many of them, like a handful. But I don't think they get the naval invasion penalty, which is a huge difference. Really useful. I actually do want you to get interest group attraction. Never mind. Did they beat the classic cav landing though? I don't think I've ever attempted the cav landing. No ships, you need to go back. Oh yeah, I can charge tolls. Let's go. Man, wouldn't it be wacky if somebody charged tolls on the Strait of Hormuz or something? Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be funky? You mean like the country of Hormuz? Or like if you're playing Oman and you just like, you know. Actually, out of curiosity, how many shipping lanes are there here? Very few shipping lanes, that makes sense. Wait, Algiers? Mascaran shipping lanes? What are you importing? Oil ain't a thing yet, I know. Not yet. So the fun thing about trying to take over the Dutch East Indies that I've experienced before in this update is that it simply doesn't happen for a ridiculously long period of time. And that is because the Dutch East Indies, or the Netherlands, get immense war support. So I'm actually losing 0.4 per week and they're losing 0.55, even though I have taken all of the war goals. Also, we should probably push this. Maybe not. Maybe we should not push that. Should have cav landed the Dutch proper. I don't think I have enough supply ships for that. Speaking of ships, let's actually go out and... Well, here's a bit of a weird thing. If we decide to go 100% supply ship construction, now we no longer have enough military ship maintenance, so they just lose hit points. And likewise, if we do the opposite, then we start losing a bunch of supply ships because they're no longer being maintained. So the only three real buttons that exist are these three in the center, because clicking this destroys all of your military ships, and this destroys all of your supply ships. Ain't that fun? We're going to prioritize supply ships because just trying to invade the Dutch East Indies, we're already down by like 200. And we barely have any troops here. Other than that, let's take a look at our navy. "194% screening. Hold on, we have to wait for this ship to actually group up with them. But I think we could probably afford one more capital ship. Actually, can I make a better one? I don't think so. Not until we get atmospheric engines, and then we can make them faster. Okay. No torpedo ships? Not yet. One of the interesting things about Victoria 3 and the Navy system, and I mean, it gets a lot better when you get steel ships, because right now we basically have access to two kinds of ships, which is big ship or small ship. Small ship protect big ship go boom, and that's basically just how it works. Well, the small ships actually are for transporting troops, but once you get to the steel ships, ooh. Look at the sheer variety of ships we have here. That's when you start really cooking. Yeah, we can build carriers. I don't know how they interact with planes. Because, I mean, how does that work, actually? What on earth do carriers do in this game? Because they're not like Hoi 4 carriers. Planes aren't like a thing that exists in the game. They just deal extra damage, I guess. This is why we do need another military rework at some point, because yeah, maybe they should add planes in the late game, like as an actual thing that you can use to do stuff with. Because the game goes all the way up to 1936. What do these do? Aircraft carriers, I think they just give a lot of detection. Actually, what do you even do? Detection, visibility. Yeah, detection and visibility, and critical damage. They don't have that much damage attached to them. I have no idea what the point of those things is. Wait a second, how do you even have supply? I'm blockading these ports. Wait, oh shoot, I'm protecting supply lines, not raiding them. I'm an idiot. My bad. Also, I'm gonna use the washroom real quick. I will be right back. Okay, what did I miss? Support ships, they're all trying to be niche because they want to try and justify not just doing torpedo boats. Fair. They probably do have an additional stat to them. Like, a bunch of ships in the game do have, let's see here. Also, yeah, I'm fine. Okay, so a lot of ships do have this little thing at the bottom. Modification, and they do have different ones for different ships. So maybe aircraft carriers get a little extra thing. And then also, you do have an incentive to build different kinds of fleets, which is sort of cool. Man, I'm excited to get to a point where I actually get to play with different kinds of ships. Oh, interesting. So these ones down here are like anti-capital ships. Torpedo boats, torpedo boat destroyers, submarines, destroyers. So they're meant to deal extra damage to like these super heavy ships. Yeah, capital ships. But then you also have stuff like the monitors, which are literally just for coastal defense. So they are capital ships, but if you put them further than one sea node away from a port, it's cooked. They can't do anything. But the thing is, also, there aren't that many sea nodes that are one away from a port. I mean, think of it like this. I guess okay, never mind. One sea node away from your ports, I suppose. I wonder if they count stuff like captured ports. Because there aren't really any sea nodes that don't attach to some kind of geographical feature. Like, this might be one of the few places. that truly has no connection to any port. Maybe like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total nodes in the game do not connect to any port whatsoever. Maybe 7. But yeah, I mean, monitors are for defense. That's kind of the point. I suspect subs are a terror if the other side doesn't have destroyers. I actually don't know what the interactions are like between subs and non-subs, because it is a pretty unique interaction. I don't know if they account for it more than just like, oh, big ship, go boom, with big numbers, you know? Okay, I think we have enough wood now. Need more iron. Always need more iron. Need more ports. I need more iron. I need to build railways. I need so many things. Build more ports here just so we can get infrastructure, but after that, hopefully I don't have to build anymore. Our ships are doing fine against the Dutch ships. These guys are really only able to hold, so they're not going to do anything. First aid is good. Also missed part of what you said. I don't remember what I said. Something about the interaction between navies, or between submarines, maybe, or submarines and non-submarines not really being a thing. Well, okay, you know what? No, it kind of makes sense, sort of. So they have really, really low visibility. That's what submarines get. Really low visibility. Better accuracy. Better crit chance. But in terms of being attacked, I guess you would need something with really good detection. Unironically, that makes aircraft carriers a pretty solid choice to be in an anti-submarine fleet. No rail in 58, I know. It's actually crippling. I don't even have atmospheric engine in 1858. I'm actually a fraud, a fake Victoria 3 player. Destroyer screening is nuts. That sentence just feels weird to say. $150 screening. That is a lot of screening. Well, I guess that's sort of what makes them the late game screening ship. They slow down tech, or is Japan just slow to research? Japan is pretty slow to research, but I'm also not building any universities until my GDP is not garbage, because I want to spend my money on improving GDP. And I see how that seems contradictory, and it kind of is, actually, now that I think about it. Because we need research to boost the GDP, and we need GDP to boost the research. I'm just kind of broke right now. I don't know. I feel broke, even though I'm not really that broke. How many universities do you have, Burton? Oh. Okay, they actually have a lot of universities. Shoot, maybe I should build universities. Yeah, maybe I should build universities. I could deficit spend harder. I'm definitely not deficit spending as hard as I could be. Yeah, you know what? Let's build some universities. I like to put pretty much one in each state, and then after that I focus the rest of them into one state. Just so I can get like a baseline qualifications. Notice how I'm winning this war, and yet my war support is lower than the guy who's losing the war? I quite enjoy this. Okay, yeah, I don't... Oh, actually, how old is the Emperor? 27. He's gonna be the Emperor for a long time. We could increase his popularity. Yeah, why not? People should like the Emperor, maybe. Speaking of liking the Emperor, I still need to make the Jisha not powerful. Oh, they're getting there. We need to drop their clout below 18%. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Whoa, 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 pause. Buddy, you are supposed to go to the frontier. Hello, Britain. You... Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh. There's so much going on here. A defensive pact with Britain would kind of be good. That would be really cool, actually. But investment rights, see, that's kind of where we have an issue. Not feeling too keen on those investment rights. Especially not from the economic hegemon of the world right now. Or at least the capital hegemon. They have a lot of money. I'm a little afraid to negotiate this because I feel like I'm gonna bungle it. Okay, it is not ideal, but perhaps no. Okay, didn't think so. An obligation to Britain? There's gotta be something else you want. They do want porcelain. They do want paper. We do produce a lot of paper, and I would be happy to sell them paper as well. Go with 200. Ooh, that's not 200. That's not 200. Okay, 200 paper. Just pay them? I don't really want to pay them. I'd rather sell them paper. Because I'm buying the paper at a low price in my own market and then selling it at a high price in the British market. That's what this means. Hardwood also. Maybe not. What about porcelain? Like a small amount of porcelain. That's too much. Maybe you want to sell me something. They want to sell me opium. classic British moment. I mean, how much opium do you want to sell me? Because, like, honestly, I don't have a strong opium trade, so I don't really care that much. I do not plan to develop the opium market in Japan. $300. We have a deal. Beautiful. Alright, they sell me opium, I sell them paper, defensive pact for 10 years. We might even make that 15 years. 25, that's kind of pushing it. I don't plan to be mean to Britain for the next 15 years. Probably. Beautiful. So now if anybody messes with me, they have to answer to the naval superpower of the world. Make it 5? I don't want to push my luck here. If I make it 5, then I'm afraid I won't be able to make the same deal. Also, what's even going on here? This is gross. Also, they took Alaska. I don't like that. This... I hate this even more. Tuscany Protectorate. What is up with the United States in trying to invade Italy all the time? If I had a nickel for every time the United States was trying to turn Tuscany into a protectorate, I would have at least 3 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but they're all from the same patch. Oh boy, we want to make Tuscany a protectorate. We should invade Canada for that. Oh, Victoria 3's war system. I think if we invade Canada hard enough, the Tuscans will give in. They don't even want the colonies in North America. They just want Tuscany. Okay, I'm gonna deficit spend harder. Whoa, not you. That's not your job. Return. Does the bot work now? No, I actually never got it to work, unfortunately. Maybe the US has a lot of involvement in Italy for some reason? Well, they're about to. Oh, the war actually just ended. And guess who didn't get Tuscany? Remarkable. What even was that? They have some engagement in Southern Europe. Oh, because they're rivaling this the French Republic and Spain and embargoing Spain. And being embargoed by Spain. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get you to deploy to this front. Yep, Brunei says no to extraction economy, because why would they say yes? Ooh, and having an abolitionist movement. Actually, can't they just force you to... Oh no, of course I can't. Of course I can't. Oh, yes I can, never mind. Yeah, you should probably ban slavery. Yeah, you should definitely ban slavery. Please, please do this. Please ban slavery. Oh, had a little fake out there, like, oh, we're gonna drop off the troops here? Just kidding. Just kidding, no, we're gonna go all the way back home. Why? I actually don't know. I'm not too sure. But we have a bunch of people on these ships, and we are going to ask you to drop them off right here. That's gonna take 25 days, even though we're right here. Yeah. That's okay. Alright, so these units... Go deal with that. We actually don't need to keep on fighting these guys, because we do have the war goal. It's just that they don't lose very much war exhaustion, or war support. We have lobbies opposing the war. Oh yeah, we do have the Japanese-Dutch Fellowship. Yeah, that's kind of awkward. I'm also not passing anything, so... I think I might go ahead and find something. We could go to state religion, but maybe after I go Shinto. Right, guild system. I don't like this very much. We're gonna go to, I think, combination acts. For now. And then we're gonna use the other laws as a bargaining chip for the labor movements. It's like lowering their expectations. And then when we decide to give them a couple of rights, a couple of labor rights, then they're super happy. Actually, Britain, my dear friend, would you like to give me coaling rights? How do I do that? Transit rights. If we have strategic adjacency. That is not the coaling one, I don't think. Where would that be? There we go. I have no idea what button that is. It's somewhere, I'm sure. Because it would be really cool if I could ask Britain to let me basically move my ships all the way around the world so that I can blockade the Netherlands so they'll stop being annoying. I'm also afraid that they would annihilate my navy, so maybe it's not even worth it. Let's go, atmospheric engine. We do not have enough coal for this. No, we do not. Yeah, we do not. But at least for the next 20 seconds, construction's gonna be cheap. We'll take that, that's fine. I feel like we've been in this war for like 3 years. I was gonna say, there's no way this has only cost me like 27,000. And that's because it's definitely bugged. I've spent a lot of money on this war.
More compensation cause Paradox refuses to let me give them money on their website, thus no promo, anyway. Have fun quarbs and set him off to work, bye.
Thank you very much, Salt, for the 50 Czech crowns. They refuse to let you give them money on their website. That's weird. I'm pretty sure you should be able to, like, reorder, buy it, maybe? I don't know. I'm pretty sure there is a buy option. Maybe it'll work tomorrow? I have no idea. Refuse your debit card. Oh, that's kind of odd. Also, these guys want religious schools. I don't really want you to have religious schools. I want public schools. Nobody wants that. Oh, right, this also kind of sucks. I mean, it's not bad. The problem is that it's minus 10% technology research speed, which over a long period of time is kind of crippling. So maybe we will go with religious schools and then public schools whenever it's possible. Oh yeah, Prussian schooling is actually really good on public schools. Ooh, you know what I do want? I mean, the research would be cool. Well, hold on. Railways and water tube boiler. Because I do want railways, but we are getting tech spread for railways, so we'll get it soon enough. I kind of want to jumpstart the economy better. I do sort of want the coal mines and iron mines throughput. But I'm also behind on tech. I'll get the water tube boiler, actually. Mutual investment rights? I am not the least bit interested. Thank you. Ooh, increased qualifications? That's pretty cool, except I don't think we need it. Here we go. We can get more advice for railways. Do the French like us? Probably not, because we're friends with Britain. Well, they don't hate us, actually. Maybe we can be friends with the French. Yeah, sure. The Netherlands just now have decided that it's not worth it trading with Japan. I wonder why. What do you think you're doing? I think I actually need to build more construction. The main issue is that iron isn't as expensive as it should be, and coal is more expensive than it should be. But if I raise the price of iron by building more, then that kind of solves itself. Kind of. Ooh, actually, we can press a button. With the power of the Emperor restored, we need to distinguish and uplift the native religious traditions which hold the Imperial line sacred. To accomplish this, they need to be separated from the foreign influence of Buddhism, which has been inextricably linked with kami worship for hundreds of years through syncretic traditions. Leveraging discontent with Buddhist institutions from its connections with the shogunate, we can make way for Shinto as the higher guiding principle. Alright, we can swap over to Shinto. This surely isn't going to have a bunch of issues. Okay, we need to convince people to swap over to Shinto. Oh, okay. We actually are not Shinto right now. Interesting. So how do we become more Shinto? There's probably something for that. We have Han Pops? What? In where? Oh, right. Down here, there actually are Han pops here. Very, very small number, but yeah. Okay, well, in that case, I don't really care too much. There are like 7 of them. Also, oh. Oh. Man. Waiter, more revolts, please. Actually, I don't care that much. These ships need to repair. Oh yeah, we colonized Sakhalin. Nice. What's even in here? Ooh. Iron, coal, sulfur, logging camps. That's not too bad. If a subject gets revolts, they should let you enforce laws. True? Real? I think that if you help a subject deal with their revolt, then they should basically owe you something. Prussian education on religious schools is very funny. Sure, I guess. I mean, is there a way to get this event a second time? Or did I just kind of mess it up by using it all at once? Surely we can get this a second time. For public schools. Surely. Okay, we might be deficit spending a little too hard. Deficit spending too close to the sun. I feel like at least 2 entire years have passed and we're still at war with the Netherlands. My infamy is gonna be like 35 by the time they actually let me take the Dutch East Indies. You guys are still trying to get rid of slavery, right? Like you're still trying that, right? Debt slavery? Bro. Oh, still dealing with a previous law imposed on them. Okay, so in theory they're still trying to get rid of slavery, which makes sense. That's what caused the Brunei slaver revolt. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Whoa, that's a crazy graph. Right, because the Chonin actually split off from the Imperial rule party. That makes sense. Also, how are we losing this? How do you have 25 defense? I'm looking at it right now. It's 16. Where are you getting 26 from? I feel like rebellions are not currently affected by supply. I don't know how to feel about that. Oh, are you willing to give up? Nope, you are going to bombard me with white peace until you capitulate, and I will not have the chance to say no. Oh yeah, we can build railways now too. The great houses. Okay. The Gosho have diversified into the manufacturing economy. Excellent. They are renamed to the Zaibatsu. So I guess you have like the Kazoku, which are the wealthy landowner families, and then you have the Zaibatsu, which are like the great industrialist families, I suppose. Like the ones that diversified into industry. What is this? Well-established idea that Buddhas revealed themselves in Japan as kami, reflected in terminology such as gongen, which considers them two parts of the same entity. Ooh. 50... Okay, I can't even speak, it's been so long I've been streaming. It's been almost 7 hours. We're gonna end the stream somewhat soon, by the way. But 50% of farmers in a couple places will follow Shinto. Okay, so either it's farmers or it's servicemen, and I think we have a lot more farmers. Probably. How much did that change? Not a lot. We went from, I think, 10 to 11% Shinto. Okay, that's done at least. Would you please stop sending me peace deals? Please stop sending me white peace deals. Okay, they'll accept. Perfect. Transfer the Dutch East Indies. Humiliate the Dutch East Indies. Lovely. They are now the Japanese East Indies. As they should be. Now, I'm pretty sure we get a button that allows us to change the language of administration, right? Like, we can make them Japanese. Yeah, we have this button. Dutch stops being a primary culture of the Japanese East Indies, and Japanese becomes a new primary culture. They're not going to like this very much, but that's kind of a skill issue, so... I kind of wish we would get like a flag change. It is kind of odd now that I think about it. It is one of the few countries in the game that just doesn't have a flag for being subjugated by somebody else. Can you liberate my homeland of Chile? I don't think I would call it liberating. It'd be more like under new management. Liberation would be maybe not the best, most correct term there. We see your lands and subjects with a few map modes. There's not going to be too much to see in terms of map modes, but in terms of global GDP, a good part of that is in Tohoku. It is 20% of our GDP because of the sheer amount of iron produced in this one state. What else do we have here? Culture, it's what you expect. It's all Japanese in here. Global pop. My pop growth is actually kind of bad. Only 1% is not very good. Or less than 1%. We have a big Japanese market, which does need to be improved because it doesn't have the best access. Oh, actually, another thing before I forget. Who has access to this? Japanese East Indies is colonizing it. Okay, and they do have claims. Perfect. Yeah, there really isn't too much to see. I mean, we can look at the power block. Isn't that neat? And then after that, I think I did at one point mention, oh, maybe we'll take California, but I don't know what I'm going to do with that. We'll see. I may or may not end up continuing this run. On stream, I mean. There's a possibility. There's just a lot that I have to do in the next couple of days. So if I do stream this run, if I continue this, it's probably going to be in like a week. Because I have a lot to do tomorrow. I have a lot to do, actually, the entire week. So many things happening this week. And actually next week too, kind of. A lot of stuff. I mean, we got like the Anbanar updates coming out. Yeah, just a lot of stuff coming out. A lot of stuff I need to make videos for. So if I do stream again, look forward to it being sometime next week, probably. We'll see. I am going to go ahead and save for today. Make sure I don't accidentally erase the last autosave. But that is where we're going to put a pin in things for now. It has been a solid 7 hours. So, I have no idea how many people are even here at this point. But if you were here from the beginning, congratulations for sticking it out for a whole 7 hours. That's almost a full shift. Who knows, maybe the stream started at the exact perfect time for someone's shift, and now they're, well, maybe not quite done yet, but close to it. Anyway, thank you very much for being here. There will be more streams. I apologize for there not being so many in the past couple of weeks, but I do plan to stream a lot more once things are not as busy as they have been for me. Other than that, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I will catch you soon. Maybe even sooner than you think. For now, bye bit.